Is this working? It looks like it's working. I'm not sure if I like this music. I'm not going to do the screaming thing. Almost your birthday. Oh, how precious, Pro Cow. Happy birthday. Let me show up on screen. Okay. Dressed up all fancy today. Put on Daddy's suit coat today. Just for you guys. Just for a little special day. A little chat. Where's the tie? I haven't worn a tie in a long time. And I'm not about to start. Pineapple. I used to wear a tie every day for work. Is that the coat you used when I worked before? Probably. Sometimes. Not all the time. One place I worked at, if you had a logo on your shirt, like they had like a contract with Land's End. And they put the logo on polos. If you had that on, you didn't have to wear a tie. Other place I worked at, you had to wear a tie every day. No jacket, but you had to wear a tie until like after like 1 or 2 years. And they said, you don't have to wear a tie anymore. They went business casual. Okay, I do owe 3 subs. I was trying to see if I would cop out. I'm not going to do it. Where's the... I always get confused on how to do this. Here we go. Okay. Okay. I get an email from Twitch saying, you're an SDShepard super fan. You donate so many subs. Thanks. Very cool.
Shepard just gifted 3 subs.
Zed Repelin, Tepelin, Zero Muck, enjoy. Small price to pay compared to if it's Monday and I don't have the checklist done, because then I got to show up fully naked. Not even tier 3. Do you remember what my number was? Okay? You're not looking at Mr. 1000. We're in the top 4,000. Advice stream? Fill me in, please. This was a Patreon request from one of my viewers. Last month? The month before? Tier 3s would make my number go up, actually. So we've got a little advice box. We've got a Discord. Let's see if anybody's in the waiting room. Not yet. Got any questions you wanna get my take on it? You just submit a little thing to the box. Let's see if it's working. Yep. Okay. I see a subject that says hole. Your suggestion is, can I see it? You know, I would like to think that by the end of this stream, we will have gotten everyone to a point where they can see whatever hole they want to see in their life. So, thank you. Thank you for your question. That was very much appreciated. You don't know how the last therapy stream went? It's not necessary. I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm not a doctor. I'm a man-child who plays video games. Even mine. You play your cards right. You play your cards right. You never know what could happen, right? You know, you lay the groundwork. You know, if you never do anything, you'll probably never see the hole. But if you set yourself up for the right things in life, yes, even a streamer hole could be yours. I like to imagine there's somebody at their home with just a big like poster on the wall that just says hole, and they wake up every day and they see it and they're like, yes, I'm taking charge. Is it okay for a lion to occupy the sofa? Cats sit wherever they want. I don't know if I like all this stuff behind me or if it's better to be like that. I don't really know. I'll make myself a little bit larger. Last stream we did actually did pretty well. There were so many questions I couldn't even keep up with all of them. We'll keep Maldi here. Sit myself in the chair. I'd have to like really shrink myself down. I can do that though. I could have Maldi sitting on the couch staring at me. I actually really like that. I like that a lot. That's great. I need a desk to cover the cut. Okay, we could probably do that. Huh? I think we're on to something. I just need to color correct it a little bit. And this will be perfect. I think we need to turn the gamma down a little bit and need to make it a little bit darker. Take the contrast down a little bit, maybe. Right, not that. Don't do that. Getting the lighting right is the hardest part, but I mean, this is okay. All right. Ready to go. It's like a VTuber overlay. Should I take that as a compliment? It actually looks pretty good. I only know ironing boards. I mean, I could give you some pretty good advice on standing desk, ironing board setups. It's like a baby desk now. I am a baby streamer. Save this scene. What? I'm gonna thank you later. I'm actually sitting for the occasion. I'm still standing. Wait, Papaya, are you telling me Maldi is the one giving me advice? Looking up. This plate. Really? Really? So, I don't know what the lowest I've ever been in terms of brand sponsors. I would say we're pretty much there with this. This play is rapidly approaching where I felt with Raid Shadow Legends. Thank you, Display. It didn't even post the link in chat. It just covered my face. Whatever, man. Whatever. Let's see if we got any questions. Oh my God. This is already filling up. All right. First, I guess second question. Arguments within a relationship. I've been pushing my addiction on my wife. How do I stop? Wow, that's a pretty heavy question. So, what was it? Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla from Loveline are both kind of assholes now. But I listened to a lot of their stuff for a long time, and Dr. Drew is specifically an addiction medicine specialist, and what he always said was addiction was continued use in spite of increasing consequences, right? So if you can do something every day and it doesn't have consequences, or especially increasing consequences, it's probably not that harmful of an addiction. But if you're at the point now where your addiction is harming other people, especially your wife, you know, I'm not an addiction expert, but I mean, clearly you're already asking for help. Well, we don't know what the addiction is, guys, right? It could be video games. Doesn't have to be drugs or alcohol. It could be drugs or alcohol. Could theoretically beans, but I don't think it's beans. You know, there's lots of support programs. You know, some people think going cold turkey, addiction to bald streamer. Well, you can come here where you've got a fully haired hirsute streamer. It could be a porn addiction, you know? If you think it's harmful, and I think you do because you're asking an advice stream. I mean, it's one of the best books I've ever read in order to break an addiction or to change behavior. And if you could just read really the first few chapters of this. So if you love your wife, you love yourself, check out this book. It's called The Power of Habit. And like some of the later chapters are really bad. Like I'm not going to blow this book up and be like, "Oh, you got to read it from cover to cover," because it's not that great. Okay, Charles Duhigg, don't get too much up your own ass. I'll throw it up on screen. But basically the first couple chapters are on the psychology of habits and how you build habits and how you can change habits. And all an addiction is a habit that you're at the point where it's uncontrollable, right? Like you're just completely programmed to do that thing whenever you do it. And a lot of the advice comes down to taking that one addictive trait and then replacing it with a different action, right? So instead of smoking, chewing gum, something like that. How can he take what I'm saying seriously if I'm tucking my legs under his chair? I do like tucking my legs under my chair, and you can't stop me. So where's the link to the book? Here's a affiliate link. I don't care if you click it or not. It's shortened. Check it out. Seriously. Read the first couple chapters, first 3 or 4 chapters, hand it over to your wife, have her read the next 3 or 4 chapters, have a serious conversation with her, what she thinks about it. You're married her, you made that commitment. At the very least, it's worth talking it out and then making sure whether it's something that you can continue to do and manage in a healthy way, or if it's something that you need to try and cut out entirely and completely replace. So hopefully that helped. Like in chat's there's serious questions and chat's like, lol, bald streamer tucking his legs. Look, this guy's suffering from addiction, or girl. Save the meaning for when I read responses such as, "Hole, can I see it?" Okay, that's perfect. That's what that is for. Next question. You're addicted to Monster Hunter? Please help. Well, I just gave a whole lecture on it. Tacos. What's your favorite type of tacos? Also, Chicho, Pepe Point version 2. I mean, soft tacos are the way to do it, right? I mean, let's be real. I mean, little like grilled Tortilla. Hard shells are always shattering, falling all over the place. Are you talking about filling? Like, ground beef is pretty lame where I live. That's not a good filling. You know, something nice, right? Like a nice, slow cooked meat, right? Like a pulled pork taco. I take a seafood taco. Basically anything other than like ground beef and a hard shell, because those just suck. I mean, that's as basic as you get. Flour tortilla likers are lying to themselves. I mean, I'll take corn tortillas or flour tortillas. I'm not that cool. All right, so occasionally you'll get a little bit of that meat juice soaking into that hard shell, and it gets like a little soggy and still a little crunchy. That's pretty good. Nice desk. Thanks. I'm doing what I can. Okay. Those that you don't know, I think Chico, comma means bed boy. Do I still have that image? I don't know. I don't know where it went. Next question. Long things. They should make highways that have 10 lanes each side. So 20 lanes all in, and the time limit and the pedestrian crossing is only 30 seconds. So you only have 30 seconds to cross 20 lanes. You know, if my tax dollars actually went to 20 lane highways and I saw them being built, I actually wouldn't be mad. I'm not mad that they're spending money on highways. I'm mad that they're spending too much money on too little highway. They're getting ripped off. It's not a good highway. They need a new highway guy. If I was given a chance to drift on highways, would you change your mind? So, true story. I was almost in an accident once. I need to get a car. I need a picture of a car. I did something similar to drifting. Trying to find something. Most people? I don't know. I don't know that most people have been in a car accident, but I guess everybody's been in it. Okay, this is kind of what my car used to look like. I know this looks like a really old car, but whatever. Similar. So I was driving down the highway. Like meet. And I hit some ice. And then this is going to take like a really long time. So you just got to like the time did feel like it slowed down though. And I spun around. We're just going to do this. Spun around. Like a full 360 degrees. This isn't really looking right. Professional streamer, by the way. Just imagine it spinning 360 degrees. Actually, it was like 420 degrees because I ended up facing backwards on the highway. No, it was like whoop. It was like drifting because I was moving forward, but I was spinning as I was going. It was insane. Didn't get hurt. No one else got hurt. The only thing that happened is my back bumper hit the guardrail and it fell off. And I just put it in the back of my car and then I drove away. And then I went to work. And then a week later, some guy screwed it on with like some screws. And that was it. That was my adventure. I was so lucky. I have no advice. I drive pretty slow on the highway before. I drive a little bit slower now. I'm even more careful now. Don't go too fast on the highway. An extra 10 miles an hour. Speed is a quadratic function of force. So 10 miles an hour is actually a lot more force behind it than what you were going to previously. 20-lane highways would prevent cars from getting the bumper sticking off. Was it icy? There was ice. I hit a little ice. I wasn't even going that fast, but okay. The next question is help. Help, why are you such a wonderful streamer and have such a wonderful chat Pepe hands? Happy holidays. I love you, Shu in chat. PS VIP, please. It's not a question. Thank you. Soccer Bomb of Doom, hello. Good morning. I don't know what to say about that other than happy holidays to you. I love you as well. Why am I a wonderful streamer? I do what I can. Why do I have a wonderful chat? A little curation, couple 13-day timeouts there, couple bans there. Chat reflects streamer. Would 20-lane highways be better? I feel like that just leads to more accidents in the US. I mean, there'd probably be less accidents, but we'd all be broke because it would cost like $200 trillion. I'm not a 1% streamer. Well, I'm technically a 1% streamer. Question, buying a home. Hello, streamer. I've been interested in buying a home for some time, but have no idea how to start the process. I currently have around $14,000 saved up, congratulations, and make around $2,000 a month, which I don't think is enough. What are your thoughts? That's a really interesting question. So going back to like my finance days, is that actually a Washington Post article? Are you memeing on me? The rule of thumb that we used to have for affordability on like a mortgage was 3 times your annual income. Used to be like a good barometer of whether this thing would be affordable or not, right? So in your case, in theory, you could afford around $75,000. But my understanding is recently, like they've been jacking that ratio up because interest rates are so low. And now you could probably go 4 to 5 times your income. You know, that being said, $2,000 a month. I'm not sure if that's before or after taxes. I'm assuming that's after taxes. If it's $2,000 before taxes, there's not going to be a lot left. Homes are expensive. Are you going to live in it by yourself? You going to have a roommate? You got a wife or a husband? Or a significant other of any kind? Having a 2-income family or 2-income household, whatever, even if you're not married, is nice in case somebody decides they want to switch jobs. That has to be after taxes? Well, in the United States, you might be surprised. He wants to move in with me. $3,000 a month in Northern Canada could get you a house. It depends where you live, right? Like where I live, taxes are so high on real estate. I mean, I don't know that you could really afford anything. I mean, you'll be at Florida or Arizona, maybe. You know, the biggest downside to owning a home is just like you're locked in. You can leave, you can sell your house, but you're gonna lose a lot of money whenever you do that. You know, the upsides are really nice. It's your house. Never have to hear any noise from anyone. You do whatever you want in it. It's nice to have, but I don't, like, if you're single, you know, maybe don't buy a house yet, you know, because you don't know where your significant other or your life mate may end up wanting to settle down. You know, you have the ability to be very mobile for switching jobs and stuff like that too. All right, if there's a wasp nest, you got to take care of it. If you've got grass on your lawn, you got to mow it. If there's snow on your driveway, you got to shovel it. But it is really nice. Oh God, I used to hate having an apartment and having somebody live above me. It's not their fault, like they got to walk. But it's like, whenever you live above somebody, like you immediately weigh an extra 100 pounds. You just sound like a big troll stomping around. Just live on the top floor. And now, yeah, that's pretty much all you can do. If kids are throwing balls in your yard, you got to yell at them. That was only a couple times. That was like twice. Sometimes I threw the balls back. I'm not a monster. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the fact that you've been able to save up $14,000 means that you're definitely financially responsible enough that you could probably handle owning a home. I just don't know that you want to give up your freedom of being able to live wherever you want just quite yet for the possibility of being able to own a home. I mean, the housing market's kind of crazy right now. It's always impossible to time a market, but goddamn if it isn't like a little inflated. Would I give them a loan? And I mean, it depends where they were. I mean, you know, could you afford any real estate, insurance, and taxes alone, let alone the principal and interest from a mortgage? You know, I mean, if you were single and you wanted to try the experiment of buying like a 3-family home and renting out 2 of the apartments, I don't know why more people don't do that. You can get a FLA loan for like up to a 4-family home. And in theory, people could be paying your mortgage, but then like you're a landlord and you've got neighbors. I don't know. I haven't done it, so I'm not going to suggest it. Next question. Thank you for your question, by the way. Disc plate. This disc plate is going to pop up when you're talking about something serious like a broken relationship, and the mood will totally be broken. 10 out of 10 sponsor. It's going to be something like, I lost my child, streamer, and I don't know how to find joy in life anymore. What do I need to do? And it's going to be like, buy disc plate. Your fixed rate mortgages are hard to come by. I still see them all the time. I still see them pretty regularly. I don't think it's impossible to get a fixed rate mortgage anymore. I'm looking advice about how to use my desk. My desk is backwards. Please advise. That's not a question. How do you know there's not like, how do you know it's not an optical illusion and I don't have like a little section here for my legs underneath it? Shop, good morning. Why is it so small though? What, do you want it to look like this? There. Is that better? I thought it looked better before. There, now you can't tell. Now you don't even know. Perfect. I look like a banker for blackjack? I went on a business trip for like a conference with one of my old CEOs once. And I'm pretty sure he had a pretty bad gambling problem, but he like wanted me to come play blackjack with him. And so I was playing with him and he was like giving me advice from time to time and I was like doing really well. Like I was up like $200 or $300 after putting out $100. And he was just about the same, if not like losing. And And he's like, man, you're doing really well. You should just cash in and walk away. And I'm like, all right. And I took like whatever, my $200 or $300 afterwards and walked away. And I saw him the next day. He was just pissed. He's pissed because I think he lost all of his money. I don't know. I don't know how much money he lost, but that's the difference. Hard to go broke making a profit. He used to always say that. Hard to go broke making a profit, but I think he lost a lot of money gambling. Do you think we'll see public transit adopted within our lifetime? I mean, it depends on your country. You talking about the United States? No. I mean, my advice for gambling is take whatever you can afford for entertainment. For me, it was like $100. And go to the craps table. It's a lot of fun. All the weird people are at the craps table. Like, I'm at the craps table. Like, I'm a weird person. So you got me going, like, making all these weird noises, like, woo, 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 woo. You know, throwing dice, yelling. And your money's going to go for a really long time there. And if you make money, you just walk away. It's the best odds. You don't have to know anything. Can I put a picture of Shed 13 on the table? If somebody had like a framed picture of Shed 13, I would put it on the desk in the back. Are people who play craps called crappers? What do you call craps players? They're called players. They're not called crappers. When you were 12, you lost 5 cents to a friend in poker, and after that lost, I got angry and never gambled it ever again in my life. You're probably ahead. I think honestly, overall, monetarily speaking, I've technically made money gambling. The one time I gambled and lost everything, no joke, I was at the Trump Casino. My brother was having some event. He wanted to have it at the Trump Casino in Atlantic City. And I went there and it sucked and I lost all my money. Instantly. $100 gone instantly. And I'm like, well, this is awful. And I left. Everybody lost. Everybody lost all their money. Instantly. The only thing I remember is it was Gotti. And he made like the waitresses wear really short skirts. That's all I remember. And I lost all my money. Technically, I got money back. Technically, Trump did pay me back. Question. I really like your streams. But I'm sorry that I'm broke as F and can't subscribe or give you any financial support. I love your streams and I hope you keep it up for a long time. Thank you for being there for us. I tell you all the time. First of all, thank you. Thank you for being there. Don't worry about the subscribing, really. Look, if you got $5 and you want to give this guy $5, I'll take your money. But just you being there makes me the 3066 that I am. So, literally, I'll take you and stream all day. And somebody that shows up for 1 minute and subscribes and then never comes back. You thought I wanted to break 3066? The only way for me to break 3,000 is if you subscribe. But I'm not. Sponsors like Displate help a lot. Question. Do you think people will ever become addicted to digital cocaine or other drugs? Like paying real money to buy drugs for their online character or whatever. In the age of gacha and FT8 doesn't sound far off. I mean, it kind of already is a drug, ProCal. Like when you spin that gacha and you get that SSR, I bet you there's a similar feeling to like caffeine or cocaine or anything like that in the pleasure center in the brain when you gamble and you get your thing. You know, when you get your when you get whatever your targeted role is, for sure. You just feel pain. Yeah. I'm only subbed for Shed Me. I'm glad you like it. I like it too. So, but thank you for watching. No, really, thank you. Have you seen the new Spider-Man? Will you see the new Spider-Man? Do you like Spider-Man? Marvel. What's your preferred Spider-Man if you have to pick? I like Spider-Man. I've never read too many Spider-Man comics. Yeah, when I read comics, I was really more of a DC guy. Marvel was popular for like the edgelords. DC had a lot of the storylines that were like a little more mature, which is funny because you think of DC, you're like, oh, well, it's just Superman and Batman and little Speedos. But DC had some really nice comics. Now, movie-wise, I mean, there's no question. No question. What's the best way to get monster broth in 3U? Ultroths, I think, are better than Vespoids. I think even if you break them after they eat, you can get it pretty well. I don't know that I have a favorite Spider-Man, really, because like I said, I didn't read it that much. All I really know is Peter Parker. I'm sure there's other Spider-Man. I don't know. What is the best chocolate? Peppermint bark chocolate? Yeah, it's pretty legit. I mean, I got this dark chocolate the other day that was infused with chili. I couldn't taste the chili at all. I had to eat like the whole goddamn bar before I'm like, oh, I feel like a little burning there. Mint and chocolate go together amazing. Don't even start. Don't even start. When chat types shed mold, Moldy gets a friend. And then the friend disappears. Where you find it? Sorry. You just can't handle the truth. Peppermint and mint are both excellent. Question, tax. How does tax work in the US? Who are the IRS and why do they take people's money? Is this supposed to be another highway thing? What is this? I'm not an accountant, okay? Internal Revenue Service is the IRS. When you make money doing anything in the United States, you have to report it. And if you've made a profit, you got to pay taxes on it. Now, most people work for a standard employer that does all that for them. When you're self-employed, you got to do some of it yourself. Where does the money go? What do they do with it? It's a great question. In theory, they use the tax money and it's 1-to-1 for them to tax it and then go and pay for expenses. But they could always print money and then they don't need to tax you because they just made it themselves. And then that causes inflation, and then the inflation you feel in the prices of groceries. How many things have I not reported? I report everything. I mean, they see everything anyways. I mean, you try to hide it, you just get caught. Just make more money. I mean, there's also tax brackets, but I'm not an accountant. I'm not going to get into it. So don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, you pay taxes in every country I think in the world has some degree of taxing. It'd be weird if they didn't. Taxes. I don't want to no tax advice stream. That kills my boner more than like the addiction question. Question. Streamer, you always look good. How do I become handsome like you? P.S. You eat too many beans. I think you're addicted. I don't understand. Like, is this a compliment or is this like a concern? Or is it both? I don't understand. I don't even know what the compliment is. What do you want me to do? Fake question. That was Jen. Quality. There's been some serious questions. It's a complaintment. I didn't eat beans last night. Beans aren't addictive. They're just habit forming. If you could get addicted to one thing in this world and it was beans, you'd be lucky. So Shup is actually right. There's no reason the IRS couldn't just send you like a bill every year and be like, this is what we think your taxes are. Instead, they're like, guess. Oh, you got it wrong? I guess you go to jail. We didn't do we did advice stream in October, didn't we? Did we do this last month? No way. It was October, wasn't it? Am I disassociating from reality? I think we're good. If I did it in November, it would have been like November 30th, and I would have remembered if it were like 3 weeks ago. I'm going to search the Discord. I'm going to find out. Because we did like Naked Behemoth. No, we were doing like Naked Elatrion. It was the first attempt at Naked Elatrion, and that took a couple weeks. And then we started doing Naked Furious, and that took a while. And now I'm doing Naked Behemoth, and that's Extremoth, and that's not working well at all. Oof. Ooh, this looks like a serious question. Okay. At first, I read the subject line. It said, cheating within a marriage. And I'm like, oh, no. Ooh. The actual question is, a streamer I watch openly cheats on his wife with Maldi and killed Kekyu. Nothing wrong with a little love. Come on in. Let's do it nice and slow. That's the best type of kiss. It's just a little friendly kiss between friends. It's pure. There's nothing wrong with that type of love, okay? Find somebody in your life who loves you like Maldi loves me. Tech stuff. I want to get into voice work, but I'm not really sure what mic to buy. I also have places in mind to look for work, but are there any you would recommend? I think thank you, Pepe Flower. Malo y Calvo, please gives Baldi some likes. So it depends a little bit on your setup and where you live and what's around you. I've seen the microphone setup for the guy who did the voice for Darkest Dungeon, and it's the most cursed looking thing I've ever seen. He's like in a closet with like foam all around him. I don't know that that's really necessary. From the mics that I've used, like a blue Yeti microphone actually sounds very nice, but you'd have to be a very good voice actor, voice artist to not have it pick up every strange noise that comes out of your mouth. Like you'll need a pop filter, you'll need to talk properly and do all that stuff. An industry standard for streamers and a lot of podcasts is the Shure SM7B. Everyone's got this microphone. Everyone's got it. It's a good microphone. It's not cheap. The microphone itself is like $400. You'll need a DAC that's at least $100 to $150 for it. You might need something with phantom power that could be an extra $100. You might want to get a preamp. That can be an extra couple $100. My audio setup is probably like $800. But if you're planning to do this for a profession, yeah, spend the money to make the money. Blue Yeti for recording your sides. It actually, like, it has a nice bright sound. And if you were in a fully sound treated room and you spoke with like proper diction in every way, I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. In general, I hate the blue microphones, but there are worse things. Tetrakai, really, thank you. Bloody Furious, Ezekiel, Dominic, Johnny, and Anisol, enjoy. And Tetrakai himself.
For 39 months.
Merry holidays to you.
Holidays.
Thank you. I remember when I first switched to streaming full time, I was watching another streamer and they were just going into their advice on their audio setup. And like, most people don't watch you. There's a lot of people out there that are just listening to you. And I mean, this is just advice for like streamers or other content creators like that. You know, spend the money on a good audio setup. If I could go back to myself 10 years ago and say, just spend $1,000 right now, you'll save money and thank me later, I would have done it in a heartbeat. So, and here's the best part. If you end up not doing it ever again, like, these microphones will resell, no problem. I mean, everything will resell, no problem. Everyone wants to be a streamer. I wouldn't believe myself. Noxella, you would not imagine the depths of psychosis that I went through. I was trying to get by on a really cheap condenser mic with a really cheap mixer, and there was some sort of like line noise. And so I was trying to take the audio out of that and then counterbalance the audio curve so it would cancel itself out. I was an honestly, like, full-on psychosis. Like, actual crazy, deranged man. Trying to save a couple $100. Was not worth it. Was not worth it. I recorded the Electron recording with a Rock Band microphone jammed into like a little box that had for like a watch. You know what went on during the podcast? Yeah, it's spend the money. Nowadays, everyone's working from home. There's literally no depths to the resale market. So spend the money to make the money. Don't cheap out on the tools. It's not worth it. If you're streaming, don't buy Elgato. It's not worth it. Just use your smartphone, fellow millennial. I mean, they're doing voice acting. You don't want to use your smartphone for that. I mean, if you're doing like short YouTube videos or YouTube videos in general, like, smartphones are actually fine. Like, people don't care. I mean, somebody in chat said it, and I know Moon uses it, and AT2020 is fine. Moon sounds fine. Do you really need a capture card nowadays? What are you going to do? Stream from your Xbox or stream from your PlayStation? Don't cheap out on the tools. Uses an ironing board as a standing desk. I'll have you know, a new ironing board is like $60 nowadays, and that's not cheap. If it works better than anything else, why would you spend more? Spend as much money as you need to make sure that it's going to work all the time. The only time the ironing board fails me is sometimes I bring my stool over to sit and my knee hits the underside of the ironing board. It hits that part that causes it to collapse and it just goes. That's the only downside. That's the only downside of this setup. Outside of that, it's actually perfect. But I have to be really careful not to hit this lever because everything just collapses. It's a huge mess. I put everything on this thing now. So it would be really bad. How do I set up my camera? Is it eye level? I mean, it's on a tripod. I angle it up and then down a little bit. Apparently that's like a good angle. You don't want it to be down and then up. Like, you don't want it to be like up your nose. It's going to break one day. I'll be really sad if it breaks. Why not put something to jam the lever so it can't work? Saying that, like, I don't want to break it because, like, what if I ever want to adjust it or iron something someday? I don't know. All right, hopefully I helped for the voice work stuff. You're never going to use it to iron? You don't know that. Am I wearing pink shorts? I'm wearing black tights. Can I set up a Sims camera? For like the Sims? Hard work. Go check out the SDShepard archive channel on YouTube. Maybe I will. Why is that hard to find? Heard somebody's been backing up some of those videos. Unofficial and unmonetized archive is SDShepard streams for when the Twitch automation goblins come and remove the VODs. You're just grabbing everything. All sorts of things there. That's great. I'm happy you're doing that. That's a funny... What is this picture you chose for the channel painter? That's great. All right. Thank you for the work that you do. You guys can use any of my stuff that you want for whatever you want. And it's great that somebody else is backing stuff up for when Twitch doesn't do it. To be or not be estranged. My family is very religious. I'm the first person to become agnostic. My mother told me that our paths can't align anymore and I'm to be left alone. My father just wants me to ignore what my mom feels and keep it pushing. I didn't attend Thanksgiving this year and I don't plan on going back home anytime soon. A small part of me wants to reach out and try to make things better, but for the most part, I don't want to be around them. What would I do in your shoes? So, I have a relative who is in a kind of a similar situation, but not exactly the same. It's not me. Okay, first of all, I know, full disclosure, my wife, her family is all Roman Catholic, pretty religious, and I regularly say things like Hail Satan or Viva Diablo, okay? But we still have a functioning relationship. So if I can make that work, I think we could do something. But I have this other family member who lives in the deep south, who's not just agnostic, but like full on deeply atheist. And like, obviously, like, do what you want. You want to be atheist. Like, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like, that's the way, that's your life. That's your belief, whatever. But I think there's really some truth to be said when you say, like, don't bring up politics or religion at the table. Yeah, nobody needs to talk about it, you know? Like, when he goes out and wants to meet someone new, if he wants to meet someone new, in the Deep South, like, 8, 9, 9.5 times out of 10, you're going to meet somebody who's at least like a little religious. And it's not like for the most part, most people that are religious down south, they do the Easter, they do the Christmas thing, you know, but they're not like talking about Jesus every other minute. Probably not. So it's not, I mean, obviously your beliefs are your belief, but like, don't necessarily make that a huge part of your identity when you're with those people. I mean, it's your family, right? I mean, you don't get another one. You only get to be one. What would be the deep south? Like Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida. As for a small part of me wants to reach out and make things better, Mississippi, Arkansas, I would say you should, you know? Just be like, hey, you know, I know we don't agree on it, but we're still family. Can I spend some time together? And can we just both agree not to make either of our religions a big deal? And if you're the bigger person, you come forward first to set the stage with that. At least you made that attempt. And you could be the one, in your mind, when you think about it, you could be like, hey, at least I tried. No, it sounds like your dad's supportive. So maybe talk to him first about that and be like, can we just like agree just to be a family and just not bring up religion when I'm around? Like you say, I won't bring it up and you won't bring it up. You know, it sounds like you're agnostic. It doesn't sound like you're like, you idiot sheeple going to church. You're all being fooled. You know, it's quite a bit of a difference. Like agnostic is more of like respectfully not religious. Tough question, not easy. But I mean, in general, I always think it's like, it's always okay to be like the first one to reach out and be like, hey, I'm sorry if I did something wrong. What can we do to make this better? You know? Because there's a lot of people, like the majority of people are just willing just to let everything stay the way it is. You know, be like completely neutral, not engaged, stuff like that. So if you can be the one to do it, that could be great. I wrote you a poem. I'd like some feedback on it. Hi, I'm Shepard. Irate about the government. Giving advice on stream. Hating on Dauntless, waiting to finish MH4U, always cardinal extremeth. Yes, that's me, Shepard. Stay getting carried in monkey. Read the first letter of every line. Read the first letter of every line. It says highways. I mean, when you say irate about the government, I mean, that already implied highways. That's all I'll say. I'd say make it more subtle about the highways. Take out the second line. It would have been great. Born in Kokoto, hello. Advice on passwords. How do you get better passwords that you won't forget? I just use a password manager. Honestly, I mean, it could get hacked someday. But I think Chrome and a lot of programs will tell you now if you've been hacked. Always use two-factor authentication, right? That's the really big thing. Certainly don't use the same password everywhere. That'll get you in trouble. Certainly don't do that if you don't have two-factor authentication. You're going to use a bad password, only use it in places where you don't mind if it goes away. Dealing with fear. Hey, streamer. Any advice on how to deal with fear of failure? As in, I can't get anything done because somehow I feel like I'll F it up. Yeah, actually. So, as shameful as it is, I used to work at a job that used to involve some degree of selling. Not really selling in the way that you're thinking, but you had to get business. And it involved calling on the phone a lot. And let me tell you, there's no more, well, I don't want to say this. Among the lowest and most miserable of occupations on this planet are anything that are phone-based sales positions. Because you can't see them, they can't see you, and it's like so easy for them to pick up the phone and be like, I don't want to talk to you, and hang up. Or if they even pick it up in the first place. And so literally, the measurement for success in that job wasn't how many sales you made. It was really more of the number of sales you didn't make. The number of times you called and spoke to a person was really the best thing, because you at least tried. You at least made an attempt. A way to look at it is what are the catastrophic consequences that could happen? Like, what is the worst that could happen? If you take this risk, will you be ruined forever? Or are you just going to be out a little bit of time, right? You know, you're saying I can't do anything because I might F it up. I mean, if you do something for the first time and you screw it up, that makes sense. You're a beginner. You don't know how to do it. You can only really get good at doing something once you start doing it. Like, of course you're going to fail. I mean, if everything you did in life, you did it and you were perfect, that'd be amazing. That'd be insane. That'd be crazy. Like your life would be an anomaly. Like they'd write books about you. No, most people, you got to try it. You're a beginner, you know? Now, a lot of people at a new job, they'll be like 3 or 6 months in. They'll be like, oh God, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so stressed out. I feel like I'm not contributing anything. Like, you're still learning your job. If it fails and it messes up your psyche, how does it work? I mean, that sounds more like an inability to cope with failure, more so than anything else.
Domeratus just resubscribed
You know,
for 17.
that sounds like a more underlying issue that was waiting to manifest. Damaratus, thank you. You know, I don't like it depends. Like what's the question? Like, okay, is it like you want to ask somebody on a date and you ask somebody on a date and they say no, or they ghost you? Okay. That didn't work out. There's like many billions of other people on the planet where it could. Will I go on a date with you? I'm a married man. But I will give everyone at a convention a little forehead kiss. I will promise that. Too much coping with life and my coper is broken. I mean, life can be really bad, but there's a lot of good things in life too. Yeah, focus on the good things first. Jen can come on the date too. If Jen says it's okay. Okay. My camera's doing this thing where it's looking like I'm actually in front of a fire. It's really interesting. Will I go on a date with Shepard? I already gave him a little kiss. I'll give him another one. In front of a fire, though? I know it's amazing. Might be naive of me or even just about my career field, but I have found that ultimately the best thing you can ever do is look at somebody and say, I don't know, can you help me? Oh, it's so good. You know, in a workplace, in a lot of situations, you're giving somebody something else to do. You know? You're giving your manager something to do other than dick around on the internet all day long. Which is great. I mean, they're probably pretty bored of dicking around on the internet if they're at least a somewhat normal person. Nothing wrong with asking for advice. Cat. The subject is cat. When are you getting a cat? Pepe flower. Jen is allergic to cats. I don't want to get one of those weird naked goblin cats. I like them. But she doesn't. She's worried they're going to drag their, like, hairless butthole around the couch and scratch things. I actually think it's really cute. I really do. I think it's a cute little creature. But she's allergic. I don't know what to tell you. I would give that thing so many kisses. Oh my God. I would pamper that thing. I'd be slathering it in like cat lotion. Watching it slip around the floor. Oh, it'd be so funny. I would love that thing. But Jen doesn't want it. She's allergic. She's worried they're all gonna ruin the furniture. Look at this one. Look at this guy. It's a very distinguished looking cat. What does that look? How does something evolve to have that expression on its face? Put it on top of the fireplace. I don't think he'll fit. I don't want the scene getting too crowded. I'm just putting shepherds on the couch. Look at disdain. Like, how dare you? So I'd love to have it, but I don't. How to avoid impulse purchases. Every now and then, when I get into a new book or show, I go and buy games or stuff related, like an archery bow or similar things. Well, that's badass. Because it's buzzing around in my head and I feel like it's worth it. Then 3 months later, I've dropped the game or not using the item anymore, and I feel bad because I'm not using it anymore, and it feels like wasted money. I mean, was it affordable for you? You know, I mean, you're spending money for new experiences and education and possibly finding a new lifetime hobby. It goes a little bit back to the addiction question earlier. If there's no major consequences, I mean, look, if your house is just filled with crap and you've got closets and you open it up and it's just like bows and like volleyball boy body pillows and anime figures just falling all over you, that could be a problem. But I mean, if you're getting something and you're using it for 3 months, if you know you're done with it, you could resell it. But otherwise, like, I wouldn't feel too guilty about that. You know, you donate it. You know, I mean, it's hard to find ranges. Yeah, I'm sure. You probably don't want to like stand around in the woods shooting arrows. Although I guess you probably could. It sounds like you feel guilty that you spent money, but absent any other context, like, I don't know that you necessarily need to feel that guilty about it. How often do I buy clothes? Is this a question for me or is it a question for them? As often as I feel like I need to. You know, some people spend a couple $100 every season for a new wardrobe. I don't do that. I really don't buy clothes that often. I started getting a slightly different wardrobe. God damn it. Yep. Discount on Displate, guys. Post the link. It's not even going to post the link. I'll do it for it. Yeah, just when I feel like I need a new clothing. When I feel like my wardrobe is looking like somebody who hasn't updated their wardrobe in 5 years. Jen's even worse than me, guys. She never wants to get new clothes. But it's okay. Wish you got it displayed for Christmas? There's still time. How do I work up the confidence to be comfortable at my gym? I've been exercising at home for a while with dumbbells, but I know I need to do more. I want to use the weights at my gym, but I'm uncomfortable with how people look at me when I'm there. I end up anxious the whole time until I run with my tail between my legs. Optional TMI part. I am trans, and while my gym does try to be accommodating, they let me change in a separate family locker room. I know that not all of the clientele is open-minded. Before I transitioned, I could have gone to the designated women's hour, but now that ship has sailed, there's no other special inclusive time there to my knowledge. Any advice would be appreciated so I become strong like me. Love you and hope you have a good holiday season. So, I mean, for the most part, I feel like most people at the gym are really just there for themselves and to like flex for themselves, you know? Any respecting gym, if they had any clientele judging anyone or laughing at anyone for any reason, I mean, that's pretty much grounds for getting kicked out, you know? I mean, it's easy to be uncomfortable at the gym for any number of reasons, but just know that, like, for the most part, anyone that's there is there because, like, they're dedicated to getting healthy, or they're just so vain they want to, like, watch themselves flex in the mirror, and they want the same thing for you, you know? Really. Like, anywhere on the internet, when you go, like, if you ever see somebody, like, posting a picture and they're doing any sort of fat shaming or something, like, they get shot down, like, instantly. Instantly. Being in a high-end gym is very territorial. I mean, once you start getting to, like, challenging the swollest dude in the gym with your own swollenness, there might be a competition there, but they're judging, like, the swollest of the swole. They're not judging, like, somebody who's, like, getting started in the gym and lifting weights. Juan Guapo, I'm doing great. So, I mean, you know, there's nothing for your fitness quite like being able to use, like, weighted barbell exercising, you know, and having people at the gym that may or may not be able to give good advice for form, or at the very least being able to spot you is really nice. You might even find a workout buddy that will actually go with you and help you keep each other kind of consistent and on track. The only thing I'll say, Shup, is there's a lot of people out there that think they know how to lift. And the reality is there is some cases where there's objectively bad form, but then there's also people, like, everyone's got different, like, sizes, like the length of your arms, the length of your legs, your joints and stuff like that. That all changes, like, what your form ends up looking like when you actually end up doing a lift. So it's not always 100% the same between person to person. Obviously, if you're doing something really wrong, like you're deadlifting, like you're flinging your back around like that, arching your back backwards and forth, like you're gonna, like, slip a disc or something, like, you don't want to do that. I don't know who Joe from You is. This guy throw up on himself? What is this? Is this a good guy or a bad guy? This guy looks creepy as hell. This is me? I don't look anything like that guy. This guy looks like a serial killer. This guy looks like a guy that's gonna, like, you're gonna go in your bedroom, he's gonna be, like, chewing on your underwear. I don't want to put him on the couch. I should watch the show. Is it good? See if I flip him horizontally. Does it look like he's looking at me? All right, I'll put him on the couch. Is it the sort of thing you think Jen would like? Is there, like, crime? Is he, like, a creepy guy? She might like that sort of thing. What's it on? Netflix? I bet you it's like a Netflix show. I bet you some garbage Netflix. Yeah. Trash Netflix show. We might watch that garbage, though. Real life. Yeah, I mean, just to finish that last question, definitely go. If anyone gives you a hard time, like, that's somebody who shouldn't be at the gym anyways, because they're probably making other people's lives hard. Who are those other people on the couch? They're my friends. First of all, you're a good person, Shep. Keep it up. Thanks. I'm 33, and last year, I've been trying to overcome my depression and ADHD. Yes, I'm going to the psychiatrist at the moment getting treated. Awesome. Congratulations. It's been a long time since I've done something for real, and for that, I feel like I'm 83 years old. There's no reason to start over or learning anything. Any advice on how to start over in life? How would you do it? I mean, you're 33? That's so young still. There are lots of people that go through early to midlife transitions, such as streaming full time. And yeah, hold on. You know, you can't really think about it like, cause your life is never, it's never like a clean break, right? Like everything that you are now is a product of all of the successes and failures you've had before. The difference being is now you have like the experience from those things that you've done. So, I mean, look, you've gone through depression, you know, you've got struggles with ADHD. Those are not necessarily positive experiences. However, they may give you some motivation to get started with building habits or making a life change that will end up making your life definitively better for the long term, you know? And you've already started. You know, I mean, you had some struggles and you're getting treatment for that. So, I mean, I couldn't say anything better about that. Smug Fox. Thank you. That happened the other day on the YouTube stream. I hotboxed myself. It was awful. So don't think about it as like, what, you know, how am I going to make this change to the new life? And more so, what do I want my life to look like? And then what are the things that I need to do to get myself to that point, you know? Like for me, it was streaming. Like at a certain point, I'm like, I wonder if I could ever hit this goal. And like, if I'm going to hit that goal so that I could be full-time one day, then what are the things that I need to do? And then it's dumb as hell, but I'm like, I just did those things. Like, it's not great advice, but I mean, I really have to say it. Like, I hate Charles Duhigg. You phoned it in for the last chapter, Charles. First couple chapters are actually really good.
Juan Guapo just subscribed.
Juan Guapo, thank you. I might watch that show with Jen. That might be the sort of thing she likes. Honestly, learning to build good habits is a excellent tool at any point in your life, and especially if you're planning on making some major changes. Why wouldn't I add the cat? Somebody wanted me to put the cat on the mantle, and I didn't want to put the cat up there. Is Charles my new sponsor? No. I don't even really like his whole book. I only like the first couple chapters. It's really good. The first couple chapters are actually really good. He just like, he phones it in, you know, like he starts with the first chapter on like personal habit formation and changes. And then it gets like a little bit broader, and then it starts going to like societal habits, and it's like the analogy really breaks down. Have a good night, Turnip. I love you. But at least for the first couple chapters, it actually is quite good. Maldy. Wow, he looks really comfortable with his new pal by his side. You ignore the question about giving him legs. When are the Maldy plushies coming? Love you, Many Poppy. I don't know when it's coming. I wish I knew. Some people are getting theirs made. I wonder if they don't think that like people are going to buy the Maldy plushies, so they're like stonewalling it. I really don't know. Someday. Someday we could all have our own little Maldi. All right, did we actually get to the end of all the questions? That was a good amount. 26. Give it a little bit longer. And if not, I guess we'll play Monster Hunter. Oh, no. Just got another one. No subject. Oh, this is depressing. It's been a year since she left, but I still miss her. I have moved countries twice, changed jobs a few times, both hating and being all right with the new jobs at the moment. I work full-time while studying. I've seen other people after her, but I still miss her, and I just don't get it. Yeah, I mean, that's tough, man. I had a really good friend in college, and he went through like the roughest breakup I've ever seen. It was just like crying, depression, you know, months later, just hearing her name made him sad. And it's like, you know, you'll never love the same person the same way twice, right? Like, no matter who you've been with, it's always that unique experience with each person in terms of how you love them. But like with anything that you've had and then lost, like, you got to be thankful for the time that you had with that person, you know? Nothing's permanent. You know, it didn't work out. We don't know the reasons why it didn't work out. But you were lucky enough to be with them for that time, right? And you never know. Like, you never know when you're going to meet the next person that's going to make you be like, why did I even love that person as much as I did? You're with two people now that you don't love as much as you love them. Maybe maybe you just haven't found the right person again yet. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those partners, but you know, maybe there's just something that you're looking for that they don't have that the other person did. Do I remember Jose Moreno? Is it a football coach? This is a funny picture. That's like a very much I pooped my pants sort of expression. Did he poop? Did he poop a little? All my past relationships lack one thing. None of them add up to what standards Shep has set for you. Oh my God. You should find somebody that makes you happy. And hopefully that you make happy. Is this the picture you're talking about? This one? Mourinho. You think he pooped a lot. We could all only ever be so lucky. Yeah, I mean, relationships are hard, man. I mean, there's no easy way to get over it. Just time. And hopefully somebody that you love just as much, if not even more. This was in my pictures. That's something. Okay. All right, hold on. A lot more questions just came in. Advice stream. When are we getting an advice stream with Jen? She is shy and I am the streamer. What advice do you think she'd give you? Do you want me to get a second opinion with her on something? She is very shy and does not like being on camera most of the time. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Young and not trying to be dumb. Sounds like me. I'm new to full adulting and I'm wondering whether to completely focus on myself or try to develop a dating life. I recently went on a great date, but can already say I won't work out in the long term with this person. What's the smarter route? Developing a love life or improving myself and figuring out the things I want to do? Well, it sounds like you're already halfway there. You're improving yourself by setting standards. You're a champion on Monster Hunter World. I'm the 2018 North American Monster Hunter champion. 4th place 2018 champion, and I got 2nd place in 2020. Yeah, they got tournaments. I don't think they're going to have any for a long time, though. There's no way they're sending Ryozo around the world. I mean, I don't know that there's any reason to force yourself into being horny and single. You don't want to end up like one of the people that end up writing in. They're like, I'm 30 and I never developed a love life. What do I do now? Date and make mistakes when you're young. It's fine. Just don't get anyone pregnant or don't get pregnant yourself. And maybe don't get married too quickly. Give that a while. What do you do in the tournament speedrun? The arena? You know the arena? It's challenge quests in the arena. So, no, I think date. I mean, you're young and sexy now. May as well enjoy, like, bumping uglies and making gravy when you're young and sexy. Just be a little safe about it. Well, there might be VODs for it. I'm sexy too. It's because I'm still young, right? What about young and ugly people? I don't think there's anyone out there that's like... Everyone that always thinks they're ugly is usually like way too harsh on themselves. Like, could we all stand to exercise a little bit more, get a tan, get a haircut? Yeah. But, those are all things that you can do. And that doesn't change who you are on the inside. What is going on here? Just having a little advice stream, Star Trek. Trim the beard. Trim the beard. If, I had some friends that were, joking around the other day, Cronus. And they were like, if on your dating profile, your beard goes below your picture, you gotta cut it. If I ever move to another country to study, what are some tips for balancing studying and part-time work? I mean, if you're going to school full-time, you should focus on going to school full-time. I mean, if money is really an issue, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Time management, set up good habits. Long beards are a bad look. They're not great. What's your favorite Star Trek? Next Generation. How do I cut your hair if you're bald? I mean, you still probably have hair growing on the sides, right? Got to cut that. You don't have like a weird skullet. The question is, PP. Any advice for people with micro PP? You know, there's a relationship out there for everyone, you know? So a lot of ways to have fun in a relationship, even if you've got the micro of micro boners. Okay? Just one part of your relationship, one part of you. You can still work very hard on making sure you've got a satisfied partner. It's not going to work for everyone, you know? You might have a size queen or a size king out there that needs a super thick foot long. And that's okay. It's just maybe not the right relationship for you. But there's somebody out there for you. And you could make that work. There is definitely somebody out there for you. Is it right for you to make corn dogs? Yes, they are delicious. Gorillas have a 2.5-inch PP. They still haven't gone extinct. Every time I tell this story, chat just makes fun of me and types "keck you." But I did know a guy in college that allegedly had a micro PP, and that was not kind. College was not kind to them. But you know, I still like to think that they found love later in life. I mean, I don't know if the question's serious or not. Like 99%, it's bait to get me to let people say that I have a micro PP. But 1% chance they have a micro PP and I want to give them advice. I should try to contact micro PP guy? No. It's monkey time. I'm going bananas. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be involved in that. What is love? I don't know if you want like a Night at the Roxbury reference. I will never call them on stream. I don't want to get involved with that person. The guy had other issues. The micro PP was one of the less ones. However, debatably, the micro PP was the reason for everything. Some people like small PP. Yeah. Path to take. I'm graduating soon and wondering whether I should go straight to work. My job requires a license and you have it. Good. But it's temporary due to your health conditions. What? I don't understand that part. Like, they revoke your license if you're sick? You're fully discharged now, however. I still need to work a full year under one company to get the full license. I'm not sure whether I want to dive straight into a job or take a part-time job and figure out where I want to go from there. Because once I start a full-time job, I don't see myself leaving it until I reach a certain position. I find it an okay job to have. I'm just wondering whether I want to try anything else. Mostly just worried of having to account for any breaks after graduating when I eventually decide to working full-time. What would you do? People think. Well, having lived in moderately to very expensive areas, I'll say life is a lot less fun when you're broke. Like, I've lived in some really cool areas, and it's a lot less fun when you don't have any money. And I worry that working part-time, you might have time, but you don't have any money. That's not going to be any fun. That's going to suck. And honestly, for most jobs, at least in the US, if you're working 40 hours a week, or even 45, or sometimes 50, but that sucks, you still have time. You have your nights, you have your weekends usually. You can still live a life. You know, it's really, a lot of people make it sound like work is so hard. But like, you're still living your life while you're working. I mean, I don't know, there's some really crappy jobs out there, but for the most part, like, you went to school for it, you got a license in it. That sounds like something you probably want to do. I would do that. Get money. Get fully licensed, and then maybe make more money, and then maybe you could work less. And then it's the best of both worlds. But I wouldn't take any time off. I get nervous when people say, like, oh, I'm just going to take, right out of school, I'm going to take it 6 months or a year off. Because you don't want to fall off track. You know, because then if something's going to take up your time, and you may not want to stop doing that, and then you might end up being like stuck into like playing an MMO or hanging around with people getting drunk all day. You're doing nursing? I thought you were doing IT too as well, though. I mean, you can become like a nurse practitioner. I see a nurse practitioner. My nurse practitioner, the first time I met her, said, you never need to worry about a prostate exam because I'm never going to give you a prostate exam. My hands, my fingers are not long enough. And I was like, wow, that's kind of weird. Like, are you trying to say I got a cavernous butthole, lady? Huh? I don't know what was going on with that. She's mostly fine. But she does say some weird stuff sometimes. That's okay. I'm a pretty weird dude, so it works out. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, I would go to work and make that money. Because it sucks. Have I tried Tinder? I am married. I have never tried Tinder. I'm trying to think what, if ever, online dating I've ever done. None. I never even went to like chat rooms like, any cute girls here? Never. She put her face up to her butt and go, hello? Get an echo. Hello? Nursing is soul sucking? I mean, you must care for people at least a little bit. Did I meet on MySpace? We met at college, okay? She messaged me, all right? I got lucky. What's the theme on this conversation last? I'm answering questions. People are submitting questions and then I'm answering them. Like that. I'm pretty sure this is a meme. I don't know how to cheat. Hi, streamer. I just want to know what you do when you want to cheat in video games, but you don't know how. You just Google it and pray for the best. You know, a lot of times I see people talking about this thing called Cheat Engine. I tried to use it once to make a game harder and I couldn't figure it out. But you can use that, I think. I think that works in a lot of games. Sometimes people just make cheats for the game. Sometimes they sell you cheats. Get the whole pay-to-win games. That costs money, though. You can try turbo controllers, but turbo controllers don't work. Demonstrably, they do nothing. So, don't waste your money on one of those. How do I game like SDShepard? Lately, all I do is watch Twitch TV and my gaming skills have gone completely down the toilet. I want to become like a god gamer that SDShep is, but I can't play for very long before getting bored and losing interest. If watching Twitch is more satisfying than playing games, should I give up the hobby and go touch grass? I guess, first of all, thank you for the compliment. I think. Second of all, man, I like watching Jorbs playing video games. But I don't really like playing the game myself. Sometimes it's just like that. I don't know. If you're having a good time. I mean, games are for fun, right? You're gonna go study? Good luck. How much of your godlike gaming skill is due to your goblin-like dexterity? I mean, not that I'm old, but as you get older, it comes down to a lot more memorization of things than actual response time. Your response time gets slower as you get older. Not that I'm older. Not that I'm getting older. I need to call into somebody right now. I mean, it's all about pattern recognition, right? If you can recognize the pattern before it happens, then you've actually pre-predicted any response time that you needed. When was I born? $1994. But I mean, going outside is okay too. There's nothing wrong with walking a mile or two. Does streaming help with confidence? As in, does it make you a more social and open person? You think you're the same age now as you were when we first met? Noxel is 30. Ew. Ew. Does streaming help with confidence? Did I say this already? Does it make you a more social and open person? I mean, you're generally standing in a room or sitting in a room by yourself talking to a camera for like 7 to 8 hours a day. It'll make you a lot more comfortable with saying weird crap to strangers. But I've always been pretty good about that. I've never really had that an issue. It's like a chicken and the egg sort of thing, right? Ramos, I got you, bud. Here we go. We're gonna get rid of this weirdo. We're gonna put this guy here. You know, I mean, I think it's more like you'll end up streaming if you're like a little bit more comfortable talking in front of people. I mean, it'll help a bit. I don't see how it couldn't. This might ding. So I rename this. There we go. I don't know. I've got something broken in my brain because I never really worried about talking in front of people. I just don't get nervous. I don't know. Maybe I had like a fever or something when I was young and I had like brain damage. But it couldn't hurt. You know, I mean, people stream for all sorts of different reasons. Some people do it just so their friends can see what they're doing. Some people are doing it to like kind of sort of record their video game sessions. Some people want to become like Twitch or internet famous. That's actual work though, if you want to do that. Like you gotta put the effort in. The unique mushroom got converted into a max potion and I drank it. So I don't know that streaming would be the best way to build confidence. Because like the concern is like, are you gonna suffer from the 0 viewer just chatting streamer? You're just gonna be talking to yourself. Or like the occasional person that drops in. Why do I stream? Well, I stream for a living now. I need to do this. If I stopped streaming, I'd have to work at the credit union or a bank again. I don't want to do that. I mean, I could do it. I don't want to do it. Originally, I started streaming because I thought it'd be a lot of fun. And it still is a lot of fun. And then I started to make money doing it. And I'm like, maybe I'll just do this for a job instead. Oh, it works out. It's all right. It's okay. It's part of the job, Bug Joe. I had to destroy pancakes. Just how it goes. A worthy sacrifice. Just work 20 hours a week and make more money than on Twitch? Depends on the week, I guess. Displate. There are no displates with feet on them. You could always make one yourself. You could always make an artist profile, take your favorite feet, get them put on there, and then get it made up. Turbo. During your PC playthrough of Rise, will you use a turbo controller just to spite the people that said you can't count frames and see if they can count frames? No, but I mean, I'll test it. I mean, definitely I'll test it out. Didn't I become a Twitch partner really quickly? I had like 8 years of YouTube stuff, so they processed it really quickly. Have I watched Netflix Witcher? Only season 1. I've not seen season 2. You see kids making what you make in a year and they make it in 2 weeks? I mean, that's not many people. We talking about Twitch? We talking about in real life? Not that Twitch isn't real life. But, yeah, there's not many. There's really not that many streamers making that much money. I'm like the working man streamer. 3066. So there's there's 3,000 more people on this platform theoretically making more money, but that's like, you're talking like maybe like 1,000 people? Maybe 500 people that are making like, kind of like big bucks. But even then you compare them to like a major actor. It's still nothing. Like maybe XQC gets close. But even then, you'll find actors that are getting paid tens or hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes for certain roles. Well, maybe not hundreds of millions, but certainly tens of millions. Not unheard of. Depressing One, Part 2. Thing is, we discussed moving in together, and we were doing it, but it fell apart last minute. And a month after that, she goes like, I don't think I want to be together anymore. Which came out of the blue to you. Well, I mean, if you didn't move in together, right, that might mean like there might be a commitment thing there. Because I did not feel like we're having any trouble. And then she disappeared. I know she struggles with mental health, so I've always respected her space. Never asked her what happened. But I did not get closure because of the way she erased herself of everything that was related to me. With no closure, there's no moving on to. Also, when I left the country after that, I wanted to say goodbye to her. So we met briefly and she went like, we never know when we will meet again in the future or something like that. And I thought it was so uncalled for, whatevers. I'm grateful for the time we shared. I just didn't want it to end like that. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like either she had a commitment issue or you had a commitment issue or just something like it couldn't work out. You never know, but I would say that sounds like she kind of did give you the closure you needed. It sounds like she was just trying to let you down kind of nicely, which is a shame that you guys couldn't make it work. Have I seen the new Spider-Man movie? No. Is it available for streaming? I'm not going to a movie theater. Screw that. Yeah, I mean, it's already 7. I mean, they're already in a different country. It sucks. It does suck. And your feelings for them will never change. I mean, you'll always love them the way that you did, but you'll find new, different, and hopefully better love. And you'll be able to move on. Old people dating venues. Yeah, I'm only seeing stuff that are streaming right now, Ramos. And yeah, you have to find your own closure. Like, nobody's going to give that for you. Like, you have to give that for yourself. Old people dating venues. Any ideas on a good environment for somebody past their 20s without an established friend group in a new area to meet new people, dating-wise? Bar feels wrong. Gym, you don't want to bother people. I don't want to date a coworker. Having a hard time finding a place where striking up conversations doesn't feel like imposing? I feel like the gym probably would be a good place to go, but like, not like wandering around, like waiting somebody to be like jogging and be like, hey, how's it going? But like, don't they offer like classes and stuff, like yoga classes or rock climbing axes, like group activities, stuff like that? I mean, do something like that. A, you'll be getting in shape. B, you'll be around people that are also getting in shape. Which, chances are, if somebody's in the gym, they're either dating somebody or they probably want to date somebody. Coworkers a better option? You don't know if they have any coworkers. I mean, maybe. You make a joke. If they laugh, then maybe strike up a conversation. I have zero advice in terms of like dating apps and stuff like that. I'm sorry. I'm a failure. Some people it works out for. If you're a handsome Chad, then any approach is okay. If you're butt ugly, then it's creepy. There are actual goblins out there that end up in happy relationships all the time. You just gotta offer something. What are you offering? Sense of humor, confidence, financial stability, for lack of a better term. Caring, supportive, kind. Their name is SDShepard. Very funny, potatoes. A sweaty butt goblin like you can absolutely find love. Absolutely. Yep. You know, I mean, if you're confident, if you're kind, you're supportive, you can tell good jokes, cook good, keep the house nice. There's a lot of things that are desirable in a partner. You're just going to find somebody who matches you, you know. You're good at Monster Hunter. I'll help you get those tail carves. Yeah, I would be nervous about dating a coworker. I mean, sometimes it works out. Yo, you guys want to hear some drama? You want to hear some weird drama? So, okay. I had a coworker who came to work at one of the places I worked once. And she moved to the new state because her and her new husband, her husband had just gotten a job and they had to move across the country. And so she looked around to find a job and she found like an entry level bank job. Okay, normal. And it was always so weird because like we kept having these events and I'm like, hey, I'll call her Jill. Her name was not Jill, but we'll call her Jill. Be like, hey, Jill, is your husband ever going to come? Like, I never see your husband. Because like I'd bring Jen sometimes, like not all the time, obviously, but sometimes, you know, come to the bar or come, you know, after place work function, anything like that. She'd never bring him. A year later, things start seeming a little suspect between her and the IT guy. He was always going in, changing around wires near her office. 1 month later, she's getting divorced. And then she's with the IT guy. And I kid you not, nearly immediately, she's having his babies. I don't know how that worked out because that guy was management and she was not management. But that was very suspect. That did not feel good. That was weird. It was really sad. It's always the IT guy? I don't know what's going on. Was the IT guy super Chad? Every year for St. Patrick's Day, he would take the next day off. And then the day after that day, he would come in and he would almost always have a black eye. So, I mean, yeah, he would get super drunk and get into fist fights for every St. Patrick's Day. Was that Chad? I don't know. That's something. There's a certain level of confidence, I guess, that she probably found attractive. Someone who has the confidence to full on say, I'm not coming in the day after St. Patrick's Day, and then come in the next day full of black eyes. Part of Fight Club? I think it's part of the get drunk and make mistakes club, but whatever. Nice girl. Whatever. Yeah, I'd say the gym is okay, actually. Because you don't think like you're bothering people. Like, as long as you're not creepy about it, you're not coming on too heavy, like nobody's going to be offended. If anything, they're going to be a little flattered if you be like, hey, do you want to get coffee sometime? If they say no, just let it go. But if they laugh at your jokes and they seem like they want to go out, there you go. You're already in. Have you met Uncle Bezos? And when are you going to space? That's not a question. Don't go to the gym only to hook up? Well, certainly don't start treating the gym as your own little meat market. Why not church? Depends what church you go to. I don't know. I guess if you're religious, sure. Yeah, if you go to church, that's okay, I guess. Never even occurred to me. Don't talk to girls at the gym. You don't want to be bothered. I didn't say treat it like a hookup place. I said go to one of those classes. during breaks or as you're leaving, if you found a buddy, tell jokes. If they laugh at your jokes, ask them if they ever want to get coffee sometimes. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As long as you're not weird. Like, you don't want to be like staring like across the room like, like, just be normal, you know? They smile at you. If you can, they laugh at your jokes. That's a sign you can go in. Okay, don't go in too hard. What if you want orange juice and not coffee? You can get whatever you want. It doesn't have to be coffee. You want to go to a gym because you want to get buffed, not hook up. Well, you should be exercising too. Oh my God. Okay, so hold on. I need advice from chat. I used to go to a gym, and I swear to God, I never saw a single old person enter or leave or out on the gym floor. But whenever I went to the locker room, there was always 8 naked, really, really old men just standing around, just like full on meat out, talking to each other for hours at a time. Where do they come from? What are they doing? I swear to God, once, I'm sitting down getting changed on the bench, and this guy came up right next to me, put his like leg up on the bench, and started doing like the Ren and Stimpy floss under his legs. And then with his leg still up on the bench, got dressed, putting on his t-shirt first. Who puts their t-shirt on first when they're naked? Who does not start with their underwear? Who does that? Ultra Chad? It's not Ultra Chad, that's messed up. Pure dominance. I was not dominated. There is not a single normally functioning human alive that puts a t-shirt on before they put underwear on. Why would you do it? You walk around with just a t-shirt on, flopping around, getting all jiggly, all wobbly all over the place. What's the point in that? You're supposed to dress from the least naked. You're supposed to get up so if you could only put one piece of clothes on, you're not going to get arrested for being a sex offender. I'm not going to be like that someday. I'm not going to be like putting my feet up on the bench, like spreading my butt cheeks in like poor young men's faces. Their nakedness is a gym, only a place they feel confident. That sort of confidence is unreal. All right, I could see if you wanted to walk around naked in your own home and only wearing socks. In fact, I think he put on his t-shirt and then his socks before he put his underwear on. Whatever. This is me giving advice, not me unleashing psychological terrors that have been inflicted on me. I mean, it's funny. It's funny, but it's also really messed up. You wear one sock when you're home alone, but it's not on your foot. What do you like, rubber band it to yourself? Strap it in? Can't sleep. Apparently, people can sleep by just going to bed and lying there for a few minutes. Lying in bed either makes me immeasurably bored or makes my brain fill itself with sad juice, usually both. That sounds awful. I cannot fall asleep until the early hours of the morning, usually getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep every day. This has been happening as long as I remembered. Asking other people about it is incredibly unhelpful, including the one doctor I've asked. So I'm assuming you've gone through all the normal advice, right? Exercise, sleep hygiene, melatonin. When you're laying there, if you can't fall asleep after 10 minutes or 15 minutes, you get up and do something else. I don't know, man. I mean, ultimate sleep help? I mean, let's crowdsource this one. Certainly don't bring your phone or your tablet into the bedroom. That's like rule number 1. If you're having a hard time sleeping, you gotta keep all that stuff out of there. Drink alcohol? Don't do that. You will become an alcoholic. That's actually how a lot of people become an alcoholic, is they start by drinking alcohol. And then they become an alcoholic. It's because they couldn't sleep. Don't do that. That's just replacing one problem with another. I mean, white noise machine is great for me. Sleep meditation could work. I mean, just at least even before you go to bed, like if you did like the sleep meditation in the living room and then you went to the bedroom afterwards. If you're not exercising regularly, I know you get that advice all the time, but if you haven't done it, like if you've been doing cardio and then lifting weights, like you will sleep. Like it kicks your ass and your body's like, I need to sleep. Yeah, no, that's it, Tetrakai. And the times that I can remember when I had the worst sleep of my life was whenever I would bring like the phone or a tablet into the bed and I would just sit up like doing stuff in bed. Because then your body doesn't immediately think of the bed as a place to sleep. It's got to be a really good sleep hygiene. Headspace. I haven't heard of that before. This is a low-key head. Meditation and sleep made simple. It's like a paid service. Is it really that good? I don't know. I don't know if I could recommend a paid service, but it helped them. Take magnesium? I mean, I take melatonin when I know I'm going to sleep really well, and it definitely works. I'm your lullaby? I know, but you gotta be, if some people it doesn't work. Some people it messes them up. But if we can only fall asleep to my ASMR, fortunately there's like at least 40 hours of content a week, if not 50, so. You got that going for you. Oh, kiwis are so good. Oh my God. So if you want to have a nice little boost of vitamin C and a tasty treat and something that will help you sleep, eat a kiwi. I haven't been doing that recently, Fume. But they're so good. Holy crap. A solid routine is go to bed, masturbate 3 times until you're exhausted? What? Hold up. That is a very high resolution kiwi. They're really good. Get a kiwi. Eat a kiwi or get melatonin. It is so good. So, Melatonin or kiwi, exercise, don't bring anything to bed with you, only sleep, or do adult activities. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the advice that they give. What if you're allergic to kiwi? I mean, you can take melatonin. That's what's in the kiwi that's good for you is melatonin. Trying to set a sleep schedule is nice. I mean, for some people, it's more necessary than others. But I'm not sure which things that you've tried and which things you haven't. Are you ashamed of any of your quotes, and which ones are they? I mean, why isn't it doing it? Stream elements. Oh, God damn it. Stop. Don't bully me. Yeah, I'm going to kick that 6-year-old's ass. So that out of context sounds really bad. In context, it's okay. I don't really have any regrets. You know, we're all having a good time. We're all having a laugh. It's for humor. It's okay. I'm proud of that one. Work. I work as a programmer, and I hate it with all my soul. Do you have any advice to make my life any less miserable? The money is great, and I can't really do another graduation at this point. By the way, the micro PP thing was not a joke, and I have a wife.
Show it to me, Daddy. Let me take a good look at your long, hard lance. Oh yeah, that insect glaive. Oh, I'd really suck the extract out of you.
So, that was almost said like aggressively, like, yeah, I got a micro PP, and my wife's got mine. No, I mean, if you're already married, I mean, they must be happy with you in a lot of ways. So, as for the job, like, I don't know. I don't do programming. I assume you don't necessarily hate the programming yourself. You just might hate the projects you're working on. Possibly hate the company you're working for. You know, are those things that you can change? The question you have to ask yourself, right, is does it make me money or does it make you happy? At the very least, you've got the first question down. They're at least making you money. Perpetual snow, hello, it is not my birthday. So that's a good first start. You know, if you just hate programming, but it's the thing you do because it makes money, I mean, lots of people hate their jobs. Like, I remember hearing this quote, like, somebody saying, like, even the guy who shows up to work all day long filming pornography probably gets sick of it some days, you know? Like, there's some days where somebody's going to be, like, staring at beautiful naked people all day long. You're like, oh, man, I don't want to go to work. You know? And I'm not saying that programming is not uniquely miserable, because I'm sure it is in a lot of ways. But that's not everything. I mean, that's not all that you are. And if it really does pay you well, I mean, you could have a job you hate that pays really bad, or you could have a job you hate that pays you really well. You know, I mean, possibly look into early retirement. Not me. Every time I click that go live button, I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. When I hit the go live button today, I was nearly completely naked, running around making goblin noises. But I mean, hey, I'm here now. We're doing great. I pulled it together very quickly. Generally, good IT advice is to switch your view on the job. Usually an okay job is a great deal. Interesting jobs are the exception. You can also switch your view to treat your job as a job and seek fulfillment elsewhere. That's the way it is for most people. I think that ultimately is it for most people. And then even You know, even if you hate it in one way, like you might end up finding a way to change your viewpoint or switch what you do specifically. Like maybe you'd be happier like doing more management than actual coding itself. Don't know if this already happened, but can I play Trauma on stream? I have never streamed me playing Trauma. Yeah, we could do that one day. I mean, it's not a long game. Experienced devs for more pointers. That sounds like I mean, a good support group is a good idea. You know, I mean, the thing is like, if you've got a job that pays you well, like if you got that bag secured, like, you know, things are so weird nowadays. Like it would be scary to just like give up on it in any direct way. You know what I mean? Yeah, look into early retirement. You know, maybe you can afford it if you're getting paid well enough. Presumably you are. If you're making over 6 figures, you could absolutely save up well enough in a, you know, short enough 10 to 15 year period of time and just do whatever you want. Just do work freelance, maybe freelance programmer, maybe code remotely, or just do project work from time to time. Which content is better? Streamer streaming Monster Hunter or streamer streaming just chatting with chat full of memes? Is the question. I mean, I think they're both good. Oh, I don't know if I'd ever want to get involved in renting houses, Ramos. It's a pain. Real estate is a pain in the ass. You know if I read your question or not? I definitely read Maldo e Calvo at least twice. How I got over my hemorrhoid problem. I'm worried that somebody's just going to take me saying this and use it out of context for like some project they're doing. But I'm going to read it anyways. For the longest time, I had infrequent anus inflammation and disgusting hemorrhoid that would cause blood in my stool. Think of Jesus turning water into wine. Basically, about a year ago, I found out about the Squatty Potty product, and the thought occurred to me to experiment with the product itself. I have since been crapping inside the shower in a dustpan, and then dispensing the fecal matter as hygienely as possible. Jesus Christ. Now, the problem is that pooping in a toilet like a normal person feels unnatural, and I don't like it. But I would also be ashamed if I got caught somehow, and I'm scared about how people would perceive my secret technique. My hemorrhoids have been completely resolved since starting squatting, and pooping in general is more efficient. Does this sound disgusting? And should I stop being a weirdo, or should I go full squat style for the rest of my life? I mean, okay. Hold on. I don't know if you own your own house. If you do, I've got something I have to reveal to you. I have used one of these before in my life. They're very popular in Asia for whatever reason. It's an actual squat toilet. It's not a dustpan in your shower. They suck? I mean, not for this person. This person's got hemorrhoids. They need to squat to go. Now, hold on. The only thing that confuses me is your question. You were talking about buying a squatty potty, and yet you're going in the shower? Why don't you just buy a squatty potty? I mean, I have a squatty potty. I love that thing. That thing's great. I use it all the time. What's a squatty potty? It just puts your legs up. Gives you a little angle. Look at these happy, smiling people. Just like that. She's so happy. They sell like an extra tall one so your legs can go up even higher. I think. There's nothing weird about a squatty potty. I would, if you're worried about being shamed for your shower dustpan experience, spend like whatever, the $30. Or just get, yeah, like a step stool and try it out. You know, I mean, the squatty potty is just nice because like it's curved to fit around your toilet. It's like plastic and like designed to be like, I guess, hygienic, easily cleaned if like you've got like a real disaster going on. And no. So here's the thing, Fog. The person saw the squatty potty and said, why don't I save the money, not buy the squatty potty, and poop in a dustpan in the shower instead? So they almost got the squatty potty, but they wanted to save like the $20 to $30, whatever it would cost. I mean, they probably have a step stool. I mean, you just get a box, even like a solid cardboard box, just to see what it's like. A milk crate. Anything. Just get your feet elevated. And if that's not enough for you and you got to go full squat in a dustpan, I mean, look, I'd rather, if you were a loved one of mine, I loved you with all of my heart. And the only way you could live your life comfortably was to poop into a dustpan, I would still love you. I would really want you to try other things before that became like your daily. But I would still love you, and that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. But for the love of God, get a milk crate. Get a squatty potty. Just try that first. Do I have a referral link for a squatty potty? A long time ago I did. A long time ago. I don't even know if it still works. We sold 2 squatty potties through affiliate links one day. Okay. All right, that's way more on that. That's way more of that than we needed. Are you sponsored by a company that makes squatty potty? I don't think so. Love advice, I guess. Mr. Streamer, I was wondering if you'd have some advice for me. I'm confused between 2 people. They're both very different and treat me differently as well. And obviously, I don't want to keep them both waiting for me to make a decision, but I'm not sure where to start. Shed Tweakers, thank you. Like you're romantically interested in 2 different people? I mean, you know, I'm assuming it's only very casually, like you've seen each other a little bit. Hopefully you're not stringing either of them along. I mean, you gotta make a decision. I mean, you gotta make a commitment. You don't, it's not fair to either one of them for you to be dating them and not being willing to give them your full attention. You know what I mean? Certainly, I'm assuming you're not being like, how do I date both of these people at the same time? I'm not answering that one. You know, I mean, you didn't give me any advice, you know, on, you know, in terms of like which one you might be interested in. You say they both treat you differently. You know, try to think about the person that not only would make you the most happy, but who you think you might make the happiest. You know? Can I answer it that way? No. I mean, you could try to have that really awkward conversation, invite them both over and be like, who wants to be a throuple? But no. No. No, I mean, try to think overall who would be the happiest. What's the better relationship between the two? Because you don't want it to go on too long that you're going to really hurt somebody's feelings. Because that's not nice. That's not fair to the other person. You know, if you like these people, you wouldn't want to treat them in a way that would make them feel bad. So sooner rather than better. I hate to give you a time limit, but let's say by New Year's, have your decision made, okay? DS3. Will you play Dark Souls 3 all bosses on stream on either YouTube or Twitch? I don't know, man. I keep trying to play Dark Souls and I always bounce off of Dark Souls 3 for some reason. Yeah, maybe. That's not an answer. Here's the reality. We're probably playing Nioh 2 until Rise comes out. Unless like I really grind out super hard and we just finish everything. Have I played Bloodborne? Multiple times. I love Bloodborne. Just don't love Dark Souls 3. I mean, I own the DLC. I mean, I should probably play the damn game. Someday, before the heat death of the universe, we will do Dark Souls 3 all bosses. Moving on. I got dumped 3 months ago, and my ex moved on in 2 days, so it hit you pretty hard. What did you do to move on when you were younger? I don't want to stay hung up on this ex for as long as I have been, but I can't seem to move on. I'm trying to think how many times I've broken up and how many times I've been broken up with personally. I guess I always had something else to occupy my time with, you know? I mean, it's not healthy in a relationship, any relationship, to be like, my life hinges on this other person, you know? Because that's not fair to anyone you're dating. Like, if your life can only go on, or if their life can only go on because you exist or they exist, like, that's a lot of pressure to put on someone, you know? And that could be something that makes future relationships be difficult as well. If like there's a heavy level of codependency. And I'm not saying that there is, but I'd say find something else to focus on, you know? I mean, what is it? Punch a lawyer, join Facebook, leave the gym, something like that. Those are all good advices. I mean, obviously you don't need a lawyer for just dating, but you know, focusing on making yourself the best version that you can be for the next person that you'll end up dating is always nice. So exercising is always good. Other healthy things, learning a new cool hobby, like maybe you can learn to cook. It's nice. That's always a good thing. Get a dog, maybe. I mean, don't take it on a dog, maybe. Dogs are great in general, but maybe don't put your codependency on a dog, right? I mean, dogs have to be dependent on us. I mean, we have to feed them. You'll get there, though. I mean, the ultimate thing is, like, eventually, like, time will fix everything. You know, don't take your ex moving on quickly as being a judgment on you, because that might be how they cope. So waiting for my famous mushroom risotto. I think I made that on stream once. Sorry if you missed it. Molo E. Calvo. Hola, mauled streamer. I need advice. I have a friend that's constantly Malo and turning Calvo. How do I help him shed hands? I mean, how are you going to change somebody who's always mad? I mean, if they're going bald, they're going bald. I mean, maybe you can get them some Rogaine. But, you can't change someone. You know? A mad person's going to be a mad person no matter what you do. Don't put that on you. Oh, Jesus, we're up to 2 pages. What the hell? This is like, quality content as always. Thank you. Car advice. I recently got myself a car, but for the love of God, I can't park it well on the side of the road. Is there any trick to it? Oh, like parallel parking? Oh, man. Legit. There was one time I had to parallel park and it was so tight, I actually had to look up a YouTube video because I couldn't remember because I never parallel park. Presumably, once you get used to it, it's no issue. I mean, if you really have a lot of anxiety, I mean, they sell aftermarket backup cameras that you can use that will make it easier not to like smash into the back of the car. You gotta pull up parallel to the car in front and then back in a certain way. I can't give you any advice. Dude, I barely leave my house nowadays. So I don't have really great advice. I'm sorry. Look up YouTube videos. They will tell you everything you need to know. Get a micro car. Micro car, backup camera. I mean, they sell cars now. I mean, it's super bougie. I think there's cars that'll parallel park themselves. I mean, you asked me car advice, so just don't ask me parallel parking advice because I don't have any. Sad face. Will you let me out? Can I sit on the couch? I'm assuming that's papaya apple. No. I don't have a unique mushroom. Hello. Hello, Shepard. I'm not a native speaker, so I have some issues with pronunciation. Can you help me by reading this text? Thank you. What? This is just like the placeholder text. Lorem ipsum dolor. I don't know if I'm just... Is this some sort of like satanic chat? What? I'm not reading that. That's what they want me to say. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to go through the lorem ipsum thing. It's not English. It means nothing. But please read Latin. No. Friends? Question mark. My best friend has asked me to move in with her. And she's also buying me expensive gifts. I'm getting very mixed signals from her. What should I do? I mean, she probably likes you. I mean, if she's buying you expensive gifts and she wants to move in, I mean, that sounds probably romantic. I mean, that could be a really, really good friend, or that could be a new girlfriend. How do you feel about that? Right? I mean, are you fine with either or both of those? Or a stalker? No, she's a friend. My best friend. My best friend is asked to move in with me, and she's buying me expensive gifts. That doesn't sound like a stalker at all. That sounds like a great friend to have. Murder is not... Why is it murder? Why is it immediately murder is on the table? Excuse me? Doesn't have to be murder. It could just be they want a friend. and they think you'd be a really good roommate. Or she might want to be romantic. You know, I mean, that's a hard thing to be, because like, you don't want to make it weird. I don't know if you start a conversation of like, hey, I don't want to get this weird, but like, do you like me? And like, if they don't like you, they'll be like, haha, no, don't be funny. But if they do like you, they might say like, maybe. I mean, if it's bothering you, if you're unclear, if it's bothering you that it's unclear, then you should probably clarify it. You know what I mean? The more important question is what do you want? Do you want to be in a relationship? Or do you just want to be friends? The worst part of being a boomer and dating is not sounding like you're 12 years old when you're trying to ask her to be your girlfriend. Yeah. I mean, if you're like, imagine somebody being like 37 doing that. That would just be like sad, right? Like, wow. Ask her to peg you, no strings attached. As a friend or as a lover, I want you to destroy my butthole. And then afterwards, ask him if that was a friendly pegging or if it was a romantic pegging. And then you've got your answer. It's a Christmas miracle. That sounds like a good situation either way. Because it is your best friend. Tell her, my best friend would really gift subs. If your friends, gift 2 gift subs. If you love me, gift 4 gift subs. Sorry to hear about the colitis. We're almost through the questions. That's okay. Post this one more time. Yeah. I mean, if I read the whole lorem ipsum thing, I mean, we would have been here for another 5 minutes. On a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you like scales that go from 1 to 5? I mean 5 out of 10, because like the bigger the number, the more accurate you can get. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sure I'm not the only one that watches it.
Material 1 just gifted 5 subs.
Material 1, thank you. Maltian, Willy Buckets, Tiddly Potatoes, IRB Goodya, and the Lab Wolf. Everyone, please thank you, Material 1. Merry Christmas. Is that love? So I was checking pizza reviews in my area from the One Bite Pizza app, and people are out of their mind. That's all I'm going to say. I'll get into it later. You have a question. You have a type. You like tall women, but you're really short. Any advice? I dated a really tall girl once. I was like in high school. I was even shorter than I am now. You know, let's say I was like 5'5", and she was like what? 5'10", or like maybe going on 6 feet. She was a big girl. She was on the basketball team. I mean, if you're confident and would be good at dating anyone else, I mean, you can date them. I mean, are people going to look at you funny if like, you're like a manlet in comparison? Yeah. Yeah, people be like, why are you so short with such a tall girl? Be like, why are you so little? And you'd be like, I don't know. It's just who I'm dating. It's none of really anyone else's business, really. You know what I mean? Honestly. They're jealous of the piggyback rides? Maybe. No, I mean, ultimately, like if you're confident, like that goes a long way in dating, at least as a guy. Does height matter if you're still smashing it? I mean, it makes certain arrangements different. But I mean, it all works out. It all works out okay. You'll be fine. So you don't know that look, Goose Moisture. It's a common misperception that the taller one has to be the big spoon. Not always. I wouldn't know micro peepee. Yes. No, I mean, if you've got a type, I mean, it could work. Happens all the time. You know, I mean, here's the thing. Many girls, I would say the majority, do want to date a guy taller than them. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. But not all girls. So you just got to find the girls that are okay with dating anyone, even if they're a couple inches shorter than them. Singing Christmas, how flexible am I with my diet during the holidays? It's bulking season. So we're a little flexible because I'm bulking right now. You're always the big spoon? Oh, you're so lucky. Well, he's lucky. Being the big spoon is a burden. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good time to be making sure you're trying to push personal records and stuff like that nowadays because you're definitely gonna be eating a caloric surplus. So just make use of it. How many glasses of alcohol a week could? What? I mean, I don't know. I mean, depends what glasses. I mean, what is a glass? How much alcohol, you know? You know, if you have a glass of wine a night, that's like pretty normal, I guess. There's a difference. I mean, if you're getting drunk versus just having a glass of wine, I mean, there's a big difference, right? You like tall women? You find them cute? There's nothing wrong with that. Ain't no reason to yuck anyone's yum. Have me and Jen gotten our boosters yet? Yep. I got my booster last month. As soon as I could. Got another follow-up, Depressing One Part 3 ending. Here's some advice. Get your goddamn boosters if you can. Do that. Moving in situation fell apart because of my landlord. No lack of commitment that I know of on her part, nor mine. I just think her mind went into dark places due to all the COVID situation or mental health issues, and she'd rather be alone. Does not feel like closure to me, which sucks. More time until I heal, I guess. Thanks for your time. Always enjoy your insight and good mood all around on stream. Sounds like, yeah, I mean, all right. Circumstances out of everyone's control, you know? You're the Oxford vaccine? You don't have the booster yet? Just get another one. Just get a Moderna or Pfizer. What are you doing? Do they not offer it in your country? That's like the one good part of the U.S. is like, you just walking down the street and they just get you with the booster. They go, or they just shoot you with it right in your neck. Dude, I was reading a story the other day and some guy had somehow gotten access to like a full like container of coronavirus vaccine. And he's just been giving himself vaccine shots like every day. And he was at the doctor and they were doing blood tests and they're like, hey, your blood looks funny. And like, he's like, oh, what is it? He said, well, we're not even looking at it in a microscope, but we're just looking at it in the test tube and it looks thick. And his body was just producing so many antibodies because he kept injecting himself with like a vaccine every day that like, and it actually is like, it was coagulating with like antibodies. And doctors were like theorizing on like how to treat him at this point One guy was like, we're going to have to like nuke you with radiation to like shut down your immune system. The other guy's like, we might just have to give you an active coronavirus infection just to utilize these antibodies. This is how we get bloodborne? It's very close to bloodborne, yeah. Yeah, no, I would say follow the doctor's recommendation on vaccine schedules. I think every 6 months, maybe, maybe they might move it up. Maybe every 5 or 4 months could happen someday. I could see it. But every day is a no-no. Don't do that. Friends, follow up. Thanks, Shep. You helped a lot with your insight. You're welcome. I really hope that works out for you. I hope that friend stays a good friend or maybe becomes a girlfriend. You know, you just have to think about like, what would that be like for them and for you? Seems like a good situation to be in, though. I'll throw the advice out there one more time. Every time I think we're going to run out of questions, I check and we end up having like a dozen more. Yep, see? Just like right now. Could you imagine using a vaccine every day? Every day would be a post-deltoid workout day. You'd be sore. I've developed a cough from work like pretty much all my workmates, and they've been getting lateral flows. Which I'm not sure they're the right ones once you have symptoms and getting negatives about it, but I'm still a bit worried about it. I mean, if they're negative on COVID, I mean, it could just be some other cold or flu. Politics in life. Hi, streamer. I'm not a bad person. I don't know why you'd start the sentence like that, but I do have right-wing beliefs. It's almost a little telling that you have to start your statement with, I'm not a bad person, and say some non-woke things. How do I relax in discords when there's constant sharks in the water ready to pile on me the moment I say something off color, even though I try my best to keep it all to myself? I mean, I would say the fact that you started the sentence that I'm not a bad person, but I have right-wing beliefs is kind of funny. I mean, without exact context, I don't really know. I would just say, like, maybe understand where society is and where society is going. When I was like a teenager, it was common on TV and comedy and in movies to call things gay. That was a thing they did in society. And so lots of people said it. Retrospectively, is it bad? Absolutely. But society moved on. Like, if you watch The Hangover Part 1, guys, there were parts of that movie, if that movie were to come out nowadays, it would be annihilated. And honestly, for good reason. Suffice it to say, 10 years later or more, you know, we don't do that anymore, right? We realize that's not a good thing to do. You don't use gay as a joke or as an insult, right? You just don't do it anymore. And so if you're in like modern popular society, I mean, whether you consider it woke or not woke, like if you're insulting somebody's identity, nowadays it's not funny anymore. You know, we just don't do that. We don't do it. We realize that's bad. We don't do that. Is it okay to use gay as a compliment? Dude, somebody was in the stream the other day and they said, this is the gayest stream they've ever seen. And I said, thank you. I wish we could make it gayer. I wish I could be more gay. You know? So all I'll say is you seem to be, at the very least, aware that what you're saying is probably not socially acceptable and that it does make certain people pissed off about it. Right? So, I mean, that's a good starting point. You know, is anybody going to change the way you believe or feel? No, you can't do that. But you might come around on it, you know. You know, just know that, like, you know, the majority of places where you're going to be, if you're using language like that, and I don't even know what it is, you know, it's not going to be received warmly. You know what I mean? You're not a bad person, but I like to fart near your friends. I mean, that's just funny, though. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I mean, Hangover Part 1, I was watching that it was within the last year. It was like, woo! Some of this did not age well. Hangover Part 2, now that I think about it, did not age well. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, you don't have to be all in on anything. I mean, look, when you're making comedy, right? A certain amount of making comedy is taking risks and being edgy. But at the same time, like, you know, there's some like really like low hanging fruit out there, lazy stuff. And nowadays, like the low hanging lazy stuff is trying to, like, you know, insult somebody saying that, oh, they're gay or something else like that. So they should have stopped at Space Jam 1. Did Space Jam 2 actually come out? Now it's USA politics. Wait, now we're getting on politics stream now. What are some general tips on how to decipher American news, determine what's factual and true and what's propaganda or fake news? Sometimes I feel like I can't trust anything I hear anymore, and we're all living in a dystopia where everyone is overreacting and being unreasonable. I mean, the Associated Press is fairly objective. The issue is like most news networks nowadays. So you know, go from Newsmax all the way to MSNBC. You know, they survive and make money based off of this 24-hour news cycle. And the only way they could really keep people tuning in is by getting people mad. And those are more often or not very trustworthy sources of news. Not in that they're going to be telling all out and out lies, although some of them definitely do. But that they just might exaggerate certain things. So go more towards written sources that actually have sources, more so than like talking head news media, because in situations like that, you're usually getting more of an opinion. I mean, Financial Times, though, isn't an American newspaper, though, isn't it? Financial Times is like somewhere in Europe, isn't it? It's based in London. So, I mean, you could always get your American news out of the British newspaper. So, yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, there's a lot of fear mongering in American news media for sure. There's a lot of that. So I wouldn't go into that too much. I mean, I honestly, like, I check the news, I check the headlines and stuff. Get as many sources as you can. Usually the truth is somewhere in there. I mean, God knows this entire mess with the coronavirus has really shown how weak our news is on consistently putting out reliable, helpful information for people. But what are you going to do? It's what we have. So it's what we got to use. They all use the same buzzwords. Yeah. I mean, I know it was weird when they first announced Omicron and the news stations were all like rallying to try and make like Africa out to be some sort of like evil country that somehow came up with this random variant. Even though the United States has like the money and technology and resources to distribute at the very least the recipe for vaccines, let alone the actual vaccine to everyone in the world. And yet they're the bad guys? What? I don't know. Anyone on YouTube that I recommend for good takes on politics? No. Anyone who's doing politics for a living, I feel like has to eventually go crazy one way or the other and not be balanced. But apparently Omicron is at the very least somehow even weaker than the original Wuhan strain. So even though it's like way more contagious, it's apparently like less deadly. So I guess that's kind of like silver lining on that one. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that the United States had a joint coronavirus research center in Wuhan. And that does seem like a really weird coincidence where it feels like both sides farted, but nobody wants to take responsibility. But whatever. Viruses want to live, don't they? They definitely want to reproduce, right? Yeah, if you're going to do politics, like, you gotta go one side or the other, right? I mean, for me, like, I just get mad about highways. I get really angry. I get really angry when we're already the most indebted state in the country and we want to waste $20 billion on 3 miles of highway. Is there a way to use fear-mongering to increase your Monster Hunter views? Probably, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like that sort of content necessarily, I guess. Capcom deleted what monster from the game? Maybe that's why you're the most in-debt state. Yeah, a little bit. It's because like everyone who worked for the state for 1 year got like a lifetime pension. And every normal person's like, do you maybe not get a lifetime pension because nobody else does? And like, no, we agreed on it, so we get it forever. All right, cool. We'll bankrupt the state. That's all right. I'm cool with that. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Let's do that thing. Go bankrupt someday. Let's enjoy the party while we can, I guess. Whatever. I mean, they've done analysis on this state. They've gone through it. They've done the paperwork. And general advice coming out of it is the only way they'll ever get out of their debt crisis is to declare bankruptcy. Sleepy Joe's sleep bomb strats allowed what monster into our country? A caravan of what monsters heading towards us? I don't like it. I don't want it. They're bringing Clutch Claw back when? Sunbreak confirmed Clutch Claw? Tenderizing? Question mark? I mean, Kezu has always been at least a little bit Yolmatek. It's a walking penis. One of my master's teachers the other day was telling us about when he went bankrupt a few times. And he was like, and it was okay. Next day you wake up and keep trying to cash in or something like that. Dude, I mean, I met somebody in lending who went bankrupt twice on the same credit report. And I'd never seen that before. And I was like, what was the reason for the first bankruptcy? And they gave in a reason that seemed somewhat reasonable. And I'm like, what was the reason for the second bankruptcy? They're like, well, the cost for the bankruptcy was $1,000 cheaper than just paying off the debt. It was like they spent $2,000 to go bankrupt to get rid of like a $3,000 debt. So what? Thought you can't work at a bank if you're bankrupt? A lot of the people I knew that worked at the bank were like a mess financially. Some of them were a real mess. So I don't know that that's true. Maybe. I mean, if you've got like major financial issues, like if you're actively in trouble, they might ask you questions. They may not let you work there, but depends where you're going. I don't think there's any absolutes on that. Yeah, but I mean, most people when they go bankrupt, like within 6 months, I mean, they've gotten a credit card offer and an offer to get a used car loan. I mean, that's where you are, Ramos. I mean, you know, there are credit unions. There might be other banks where they don't care, you know. Yeah, it may be a conflict of interest, but I think you might be surprised. I mean, you know, I don't think there's necessarily like a hard and fast rule. There's not like a law. You know, if you've gotten bankrupt, like you can no longer work at a financial institution. Your company doesn't hire bankrupt people. I know, it's not a good thing to do. Shouldn't do it if you don't need to. All right, well, we might check some more questions. Maybe we'll play some Monster Hunter. Can you read the following? There is absolutely nothing wrong with liking the clutch claw. It's true. Yeah. I like parts of it. It's great for the hammer. That's not really advice, though. That's just like a statement. Right? All right, we might play some Monster Hunter. I guess. I like the little faces there. Because the questions are slowing down. I don't really want to do Naked Extremist. I don't want to do that. I've got Monster Hunter World right here. I like my desk. I don't want to play for you. I want to play World. Let's do like maybe we can get 4 people Draken Armor Extremist again. I would feel a certain amount of... You can also start a fabricated YouTube drama with Shep for clickbait. I don't know if I'm YouTube or Twitch famous enough for that to work yet. But maybe. I don't blame you. You have my permission. Oh, hey, Maldy. This desk is in the way. Can we do multiplayer games on the variety stream? That's what it's there for. When it's sexy time, do I tell him the desk stays? You do it on the desk. Low rank weapon, full Safi, no health augment, wrong weapon. Elatrion? That sounds really complicated. Actually, I did Fatalis Bow the other day. It wasn't that bad. Hold on, I'm trying to set up session here. I'll keep the box open. And if anything happens in there, we can go back to it. And the last time I did this, it seriously was like 5 hours nonstop. This was okay, though. We got like 3 hours nonstop. A lot more comments about butthole this time, though. That squatty potty question was something else. This is PC World, yeah. I gotta flip myself. What? Can we do Leshen? We can do Ancient Leshen, sure. Absolutely. I'd love to do Ancient Leshen, actually. That looks great. That's cool. PS4 lad? Yeah, sorry. PS4 is probably the one I play on the least. Let's do Crimson Fatalis. I don't have any of the mods installed. Molito e Calvita.
Ode?
Is Molito an actual word you could use? Just a little mad. Just a little Molito. Do I want to see your set? I do. I would love to see it. I would love nothing more. Why would you do why would you do this just to make me angry? Are the Brachiorbs really that good? I guess they probably are. They're not upgraded, you know. It's weird the KO doesn't show up on here. You know what I've never done, or at least I haven't done in a long time? I haven't looked at my house. They're coming. All right, when you get in there, let's look at our house.
Oh.
Do you remember how this was like a big thing? Or at least they were trying to make it a big thing? This is definitely like the free-to-play player house / experience. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, it looks like I did some decorating. How close is this to just like the most basic house possible? What on earth is this cosplay? This is the oh, what festival is it? There's a festival for this costume. Sizzling feast? Something like that?
Ode?
Sizzling spice. Thank you. Why would you put the Witcher guy in my house? He's a little goblin. It's beautiful. After this, I want to do Draken Armor Extremith. Or something close to it. Last time we tried that, people only had like low rank armor and they got like annihilated. Healer tank strategy? I don't think a healer is necessary, but somebody should probably grab aggro. I can do that. I'll bring a lance set. We're matching. One of us has to change. I was here first. It looked like that monkey was following me with its eyes. They're like actually kind of beautiful in a way. Weird how that monkey blinks and everything. See, I'm pretty excited for Rise coming out. I think we are going to do dual blades for that playthrough. So I think it'll be fun, like, forcing yourself to actually build, like, different elements. Like, I know we could just go all Nargacuga all the time. But wouldn't it be better not to make any Narga? Like, don't rely on it at all. You know, I don't think I set the fire to anything, but I think you have it on the toolbar. I don't know, 16 gun. Certainly not going to rely on crit element. What if I did, though? What if I went all in on crit element? This might be a little loud. I'm assuming we're going to annihilate him, but I guess we'll see. They put way more effort into this than they needed to. I mean, how's the audio? Too loud? Just right? Okay. He still does a lot of damage just being near him. And this Safi armor's making me bleed. Looking sharp? Thanks, we were offering unsolicited advice today. Well, I guess it was solicited. Oh, oops. It's funny. Use Igni? I should. Is it on my item bar? Or do I gotta, like, register it? Well, I guess somebody's gonna die. Where is VTuber? We had a desk earlier.
Where's a tuber?
That's kind of a VTuber thing. I'm pretty sure he does get tenderized if you claw him, yeah? I thought he did. You played too much Call of Duty Vanguard yesterday? I played too much Neo 2 yesterday. Ghost Lord, it was really bad. It was actually really, really bad. Oh. Man, he's got a lot of life, huh? Yeah, we'll still be going back to the advice stream in between hunts. Let's played and got through with sheer force of hatred for whoever was kicking my ass. There was only one boss yesterday on Neo 2 that really caused problems, but I stayed up late. It was really bad. I was up way too late playing that video game. Gonna get me. The funniest thing is, like, in a way, he's just like the slowest, dumpiest looking Lagambi. He just has a couple special abilities that makes him so powerful. Who was the boss? Wrecking me? Saito, I think? I wonder how bad this is solo. Oh, he was a complete asshole. Nah, he really messed us up. By us, I mean me. So think flinch free is the best multiplayer DPS skill? Depends on the weapons. For Lance, absolutely. Can I ask GigaChat emo? Post it in the Discord. I have to delete everything that gets added. Something has to die. So give me a suggestion on what you want to die as well. No. Oh no, am I dead? Whoa! I don't know that helped too much, but thank you. I mean, if you've got full stun resistance and full divine protection, you'd be like a little safe. The real question is, what happens if you don't have that? Thanks. He is a cool monster. Oh god. No. Whoa, did that Jaggy just pop me out of that tree? Did you see that? It looked like he popped me out. Oh, that's so much damage. Him just walking is kind of amazing. That wasn't so bad. What do you need, the mutagen? You know, you can just, I think you can actually meld for the mutagen plus. I think they give you that option now. Depending on what parts you needed. HRK, good morning. All right, I see a submission for a question, and I will not read it. The title is simply Butthole. Can you explain proper beehole licking technique? I don't know. Ask your dad. He's the expert that I know. Does everyone have Draken armor? I gotta have it somewhere. So toxic? Ask a meme question, get a meme response. Okay. I seriously not have one saved? Such a meta butt boy. It's actually really sad. Oh, how many sets of Fatalis did I need to make? Woo. Nothing. I will accept Witcher armor as well if you don't have Draken. And your charm can be whatever. I don't care about that either. Use for Lance. The claw? You don't have Draken? If you got Witcher gear, you can use that. If you don't have Witcher gear, you can use Defender, I guess? Reveal yourself in your copium gear there. Just trying to make a, maybe I will just use whatever that was, that Odo Lance. It's fine. I mean, it was definitely good at one point, right? Can you actually upgrade it? Immediately puts it in a master rank. So what you have, fine. Yeah. Well, no. Change your weapon. Make it high rank. If you don't have Defender, it's very easy to make. Definitely want to put some handicraft on, right? Something like that. That should work. Did we give up Naked Extremith? I don't think we can do Naked Extremith. We're going to end up doing a Naked Behemoth next week. And then I might just do a solo Extremith just to show it. I don't think I can do it naked. I honestly don't think it's possible. I don't think... nobody else has ever done it before. Which is not to say it's impossible. Just... it's never been done before. I just don't think you have the time. I think that's the hardest part. I know it's like super weak sauce, but just telling it the way it is. But Extremith is a fun fight, so. I forgot this set had full crit boost. You know what? Let's just go, put attack there. Get 95% affinity. Someone did a Behemoth with starting sword and shield once? It's not Extremith, though. Looking fancy? Thanks. You like the blazer? Thank you. Extremith is just on a whole nother level, Pro Cow. It's just like obscene. Or maybe Crit Eye? And if they were spamming bombs, and I'm assuming they probably were, I mean, that changes things a little bit as well. Quick bathroom break? As long as you're readied up, that's fine. That looks fine. That looks fine. You're both fine. All looking good. Ramos is looking great with that. Wait a second. You need a high rank weapon.
El Silverio just recently.
El Silverio,
for
thank
11
you.
months. Whoa.
Woohoo for you. Time to bomb the quest. What do you got here? That does technically work. You gotta make sure to use a high rank weapon. High rank weapon. We're trying to go like slightly level appropriate. It's a little cheaty. I mean, obviously, like the talismans and the mantles or whatever, but it's close enough. I miss having 16-person lobbies. Go craft appropriate charms? Pain in the ass. I think the nice part is everybody gets like dragon pods. Snipe a spot next round. I'll save you a spot. I'll do you one better. I'll save you a spot. How does that sound? Farm crowns in? That sounds so depressing. Yeah, you want the filled out guild card. You got to do something. Yeah, I moved the PlayStation downstairs, Pro Cow. I'm sorry. Next spot too, Kinez's and Soccer Mom. Fine. And then the last one will be a raffle. It's hard with 4 people. He's gonna move around a lot. We don't need no crystals, right? Uh-oh. A little bit worried about this defense down. Can't see anything. Oh no! How is this happening? No! I don't know how I got pinned there. Is that close enough? I guess that could have been worse for a first area. No? Well, we'll never know now. We'll never know if it was close enough. Oh, I didn't put the mantle on. Well, that's scary. You're targeting him. Bold move? Can't help him shoulder tackling, by the way. There's nothing I can do about that. Someone wanting wide range and then he's dead? Oh, that's a Kyle if I've ever seen one. Keep your own house clean, buddy. Speed Xeno last night, second playthrough of World, and today I've been working your HR up. How it seems incredibly slow no matter what I do. The error gives me the same amount of HR as Great Jaggers. Am I doing something wrong? Yeah, it's really slow for Hunter rank points. It's really bad. Nope. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that was really bad. I would go to... It hates doing level appropriate Hunter rank stuff, high rank stuff, but it's bad. I don't know what other advice to give other than like maybe go to master rank and do like the MR1 things just to get it ground up there, and then go back and do the high rank stuff. I feel like they did screw with the scaling a little bit when Iceborne came out. This is gonna be fun when we gotta do like the triple. Just trying to see if the pod is still there. No. So HR 16? Yeah, I noticed it too, because I was doing a getting high in Master Rank challenge, and it felt like it took forever. Like, there's just no good quests to get HR. I mean, there are quests that supposedly give increased HR gain, but it still feels like a drop in a bucket. I know they give you some free access to a bunch of quests. Crafted every lance? Did you feel like elemental lance was worth it, ZMTL, or what did you end up running most of the time? Well, that was fun. Sorry? I mean, you said in the beginning that you were planning on carding anyways. I carded once, so. I completely screwed up the meteor timing. Like, it was so bad. Like, it wasn't even close. That's hard, Kyle. You're just running the Iron Lands? That's really sad. You're helping two friends from Base World with a Vitalis Lance that felt underwhelming compared to any other Iceborne weapon? Yeah, Lance didn't get a lot of fun tools, did it? It's a Sakamam of Doom and Kana, and then toss up between... Actually, it was Sakamam of Doom, Kana. I guess it's Ramos? Janessa's left. She's probably going to use Hunting Horn, right? Yeah. That's a good one. That'll be nice. You joined, but Behemoth scares you? It's such a good fight still, though. Some people hate it, but I love it. Dude, how nice would it be if Moxie actually worked on, like, one Ecliptic Meteor? You're farming a high rank set? Question is it better with or without a Kyle? 0% of the damage, 100% of the cuts. No. That's mean. That's not true. I'm sure it was fine. I would imagine, like, what do you think the weakest gear you could use to get by the Baby Elatrion? I feel like you should probably be able to beat Baby Elatrion with low rank weapons. And armor. Oh, she was probably playing songs. Oops. Don't mind me. This does mean it's 100% chance of there always being a meteor on you now. So the meteor is a bit more predictable. Try and get him under the crystals. An attempt will be made. That's one. And he is really annoying when he's not enraged. Huh? Whoa! Hello. Is it normal that you like me more as a just chatting streamer than a Monster Hunter streamer? No, I guess not. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! No, I'm fine. We're gonna be okay. I definitely had an opportunity to be a butt boy politics streamer. I just don't think my heart could take it. Like, there's a reality where that was the path I chose. I just don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. I mean, it does seem weird to me. Like, the most popular streamers, like, their stream is mostly just them sitting, staring at a monitor, watching, like, YouTube videos all day. That's how they make the big bucks. I guess you're able to focus on your chat more than when you play video games? But I don't know. Seems weird to me. Well, that was 5 pods. Oh, this is getting enraged. Here we go. The Trump impeachment streams? I mean, dude, that's like a once-in-a-lifetime sort of thing, right? I just wonder, like, copyright-wise, like, are you okay to just stream, like, all that copywritten stuff on your Twitch stream? I'd be a little worried about it. Let's hope it was only one time. Oh, Hell Dimension's not going anywhere. We need more insurrection streams. I hope not. Ooh, that's some damage. That's looking scary. No! I feel like I'm a failure as like a team captain here. Who said you could be captain? Are all the comments gone? Ooh. Ooh. This is gonna be good. Looking sharp? Thank you, Basilor. Oh no, we didn't even make it! Is it bad you don't know the jump timing on Behemoth? That's understandable. I couldn't do anything other than heal or cart? I mean, you could always stay on the butt with a hammer or a hunting horn. Just jump when his front legs touch the ground. Is that your timing? I'm gonna try that timing next time. I've never tried that timing before. You can ask a question. You can still ask the question for the Just Chatting stream. I'm still answering the questions. I'm still checking. The last question I got was on how to eat a butthole. Help. I'm super hungover. How do I make it stop hurting? You gotta drink like a full Gatorade. And if you have like an over-the-counter pill that doesn't inflame your liver like Tylenol, like don't take Tylenol. Is ibuprofen okay? Maybe take one ibuprofen, drink a whole Gatorade, and then go back to bed. Have I tried the last Apex Misu quest in Rise yet? Nope. We'll get around to it. It attacks your stomach, but it doesn't attack your liver, right? Just do not take Tylenol. That's a big no-no. Try to carry harder this time? I mean, I'm just working on trying to keep aggro as the best I can. Yeah, ibuprofen can inflame your stomach. Kirsiga, is that what killed Bruce Lee? Paracetamol? That sounds like it. I was just watching a documentary on him like a couple weeks ago. You wouldn't know? Oh, so that's Tylenol is just that. Yeah, stay away from that thing. In fact, in general, stay away from Tylenol. Tylenol is like kind of a scary thing to overdose on. Just gonna get him under the crystals right away. Very good. Bruce Lee's son died in a weird way? Yeah, it's really sad. Wow, that was fast. When his feet touch the ground. Let's try it. It's too late. In my opinion, that's too late. I like the dab timing better. I don't know if this makes any sense. I'm trying to get him out. I know it's dumb. Lance are trying to get Mount? I mean, I feel like it makes the most sense in the second area if the dragon pods haven't dropped yet. You got it. For you. These tornadoes are a pain in the ass, though. Ow! Ow! There's a lot of spinning. Stop spinning. No, no, no. Oh. Woo! Thanks. Spinning because I was hiding in his crotch? He could turn to face me. It is an option. That sounds like an excuse. They should take the Monster Hunter World version of Behemoth and bring it back into Final Fantasy. I mean, this is less necessary here, but it still feels nice, I feel like, for the other people if you've got aggro. Learn how to jump them? I could jump them. Super Sorrow, hello. Have you made a decision with your computer yet that you may or may not end up getting? Woo! This is a bad idea. This is always a bad idea. What an awful position. A lot of damage. Pre-built's generally better. Some pre-builts can actually be really high quality. A lot of them are really bad, though. From what I've seen, the teardowns of Alienwares actually make me really hesitant to ever recommend getting an Alienware or a Dell. It's literally a cheap Dell laptop in a funny plastic case. You want a desktop for $3,000? Damn, son! That's more than both of my computers put together. All right. If it makes you happy. I keep missing the dragon pods. Remember, dude, it's Adele? Of course. How could you ever forget? Nowadays, pre-built seems the only way to get a decent graphics card without paying a ton. Some people get it by waiting, like joining Discords or like waiting in queues and stuff online. It's not impossible, but it is hard. Oh, shoot. Let me survive! I haven't had a chance to move yet. It's been like almost 30 seconds. Careful of that comet. Oh. I should probably put like a mantle on when I get a chance. Chance. Sherpader Polo. Good flinch. Are these high rank weapons? They are. High rank weapons and high rank armor. Do you not recognize the claw? The claw is famous. Now there's a Luna Basil hunting horn. There's a Devil Joe greatsword. This could be it for me. Shown mercy. One more time. Thought it was a layered weapon? It'd be a weird layered weapon to throw on there, right? that was violent. Did that 3 times in a row? What a butthole. What's the best non-iceborne weapon? Do you count the defender weapons? Because they're almost all the best in class. Some cold weapons come close. In some edge cases might even beat it out. But it's rare. Ugh! Isn't Defender technically Iceborne? I mean, you can get it pre-Iceborne. I don't know. I believe in you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be there for his... This is the part where, like, I'm nervous to run in because, like, I could just die. I think I got to leave the victory up to them. Because, like, we're on 3 comets, and if I run in, like, I'm not going to have the timing at all. So I think it's just up to them. And the comet shattered. Oh, no. Believe. All you can do is believe. I can't run in. It's shameful, but I can't run in. I can't do it. Kolv Para? Kolv Para was really good. I can't do it. It was at the third comet. Can't do it. Can't run in. The comet's broken. Why do I look so stylish today? We're doing a just chatting stream earlier. How do you make this armor? This armor is from Behemoth. There's a quest chain to fight him. I think we already ate for Safeguard. Well, I think that's it. Hooray! Oh, Kolv Para? That's a Kolv Tarath weapon. Carried. Dude, it was so sad. I died right at the very end. Scamper up for my rewards. You both jumped it correctly. There was no comet. I was sitting at the table. It's a really fun fight. Didn't you say you wait for the, something about the noise it makes? Do you want to keep using this stuff for, AT Xeno or like, AT Nergigante? That could be fun. Favorite weapon? Oh, that is a lot of questions. I don't really have a favorite weapon. I use all of them. Favorite monster, Nergigante. Favorite element? Sleep. Like, when's the last time you've seen AT Xeno? I don't know if you need shield. We certainly don't need Mind's Eye. That's a status? Why does Critical Element work on it in Monster Hunter Rise then? Checkmate! But Blast isn't my favorite. It's Sleep. Favorite fish large monster? Plesio. I mean, there's not many, right? You ever seen AT Xeno? He's rough, man. Do we have a sleep bomb command? I'm pretty sure we do. Let's check the questions, if there are any. Conspiracy theory. Do you have any conspiracy theories you want to share with the class? I have many. Do I want to share any? Do I stream to both Twitch and YouTube? Isn't that messy to do both? Nope. I've got profiles in OBS and I just switch them whenever I go to night or the day. Do I want soda? I want it, but I don't drink it. I mean, most of my conspiracy theories revolve around corporations and politicians and media in the United States and how it feels like we're being milked for like the little money pigs we are, you know? Like, the science has been out since, like, the early 19th century on, like, what you need to eat to be, like, healthy and be good. And somehow we just ran away from that, right? Isn't it different audiences that you might be splitting? In a way. The reason I do it Null Pointer Game is because, like, I get sponsored streams. And if I want to do, like, variety for me, which is, like, not Monster Hunter, I mean, I'll have a good audience on Twitch, but it'll still be, like, a lot less of an audience than if I were streaming Monster Hunter. And so in order to keep my average viewership high, I just do variety streams on YouTube at night. And it's a lot less people. Like, the YouTube streams are, like, maybe 50, maybe 75 people. But that's fine, you know? I mean, the day stream on Twitch is there, you know, it pays the bills, and the night stream is more fun or variety games, you know? Oh, he's gone. All right, it's just us two. Yeah, no, I mean, because the sponsorships are fairly big, and, like, a sponsor isn't going to go into my analytics and be like, so his main audience is, like, 300, but when he streams variety, it's 150, but his average viewer count's 225. No. I'm just going to look at the average viewer count. They're not going to go by my highest content, so. I mean, that's why I do it. You know, my mainstream is during the day because it has the possibility of reaching everybody in the United States and most of the people in EU and even some people in Asia. So I just feel like that works out pretty nicely. Dad, you're stuck on Nerd Gigante? We will run 18 Nerd Gigante after this, and you can see that. I'm surprised that doesn't do a pin. Australia gets a little screwed, but I mean, they're all degens anyways. They're fine. I mean, I heard Australia got early Monster Hunter Rise access, so nothing is free. Looking dapper as hell? Thank you. Dude, Lance is so cool. This is so cool, too. This is terrifying. Am I wearing pants? No. Actually not wearing pants. I'm wearing tights. I'm not wearing pants. Show my elf tights. No. You guys just want to see my micro bulge. You want whole? You'd settle for micro bulge. Does Jen approve of my pantsless lifestyle? She laughs at me sometimes. Oftentimes, honestly. Disgusting? Don't knock it till you try it, brother. Get yourself some tights. Oh, it's pretty amazing, the food is. Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt. It's silly. Sounds like a stripper outfit? I mean, it can be if you want it to be. So far, this doesn't feel that bad. I don't even have, like, vitality or anything. It's supposed to be AT? Weird. Oh, I was wondering where you went, Ramos. That's a shame. Is he paralyzed? Was that the cat? Why is everybody's favorite bit of mine about highways? You know it's not a bit to me, right? It is not a laughing matter. Fiscal responsibility is not a joke. Government waste is not a joke. I thought he was going to explode there. Is the advice push the stream over? I'm still answering questions if you put them in. We're just doing some Monster because the questions were dying down. It's a lot of fun doing these old quests. Oh. Oh my God, Muffin. How are you so good? That was 2 pairs. That's crazy. On 1 cat. Okay, Joker-kun. I want you to explain something to me. If highways aren't made of rocks, then what are they made out of? If they are made of rocks, then why are they so expensive? Riddle me that. Simple question. Roads aren't expensive, everything around them is. It's called eminent domain. You're paying for the labor of people who overcharge? You have 1 million state employees anyways, just make them do it. Look, I'm going by what the Highway Labor Union says is a fair rate for highways. That's what I'm going by. Why is it just my state in particular that seems to get the butt slam? Oh God, oh no, oh God, oh no. Dude, I'm not talking about paying a living wage versus a non-living wage. I'm talking about apparently everybody who worked on this highway for a mile needs to get paid to retire for life. Reformed juicer. I like to imagine that there was a period of your life where you were punished juicer. Have I tried calling? Yeah. And then the coronavirus thing. You're like your outfit, I look cute. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. If I had enough money to retire right now, would I still stream? Yeah. I'd probably stream less, and I'd definitely stream more meme games than Monster Hunter. I still stream. Good, like, 25 to 30 hours a week sounds awesome. Don't. I help. You're gonna play it again today? What platform are you playing on? I'd blow my load on Genshin waifus for sure. Dude, Genshin's like the definition of like a decent game. PS4? The only game I'm playing on my PS4 is Neo 2 recently. I haven't played Monster Hunter on PS4 in like a million years. He's a real challenge. Born in Kokoto. Got a lot of life. Mario Kart Monster Hunter Rise? That's a good idea. You gonna get one of those OLEDs? Oh. Please stop farting. You're saying I'd spend money in Genshin? I mean, if I had enough money to retire, and I could just spend money on Genshin, you know what I would do? I would buy the Battle Pass. Maybe. You have no knowledge? They released the OLED recently, which should have a nicer looking screen. I don't know if it's worth it or not. I assume it's worth it. I mean, Rise is coming out to PC, but PC doesn't have Mario Kart, so that's fair. Well, there's like no problem. How did people struggle on this quest back in the day? I mean, Genshin's a weird game because to me, like, the less money you spend, the more you're going to enjoy it, which is like dumb. But just log in for the festivals, get all the free stuff, and then leave. You know, all you're doing when you're grinding artifacts and stuff is you're just giving yourself more stuff to do. There's other games. Go play another gacha if you like the gachas that much. Play another game. Play some Monster Hunter World. Look at his little face. Well, what weapon you guys want to see on Nergigante? More questions. Career advice. Should I follow my parents' footsteps and be a doctor or do what I want to do, what I'm good at, which is arts? If you've got parents that are doctors and they're going to get you into med school and pay for your med school, probably do that. I mean, the arts are nice, but like, being a doctor is probably pretty nice too. If you're in the US, it pays a lot of money, man. That pays a lot of money. Dude, I mean, there's no reason you can't be an artist at night. I used to have a dentist who put his paintings up on the wall. Best dentist I ever had. He retired. Charge blade, heavy bowgun. Hammer, gun lance. Hammer. I see 3 hammers. All right, we'll do hammer. I wonder what the best like. Oh, Tarath sleep is probably the best. Did they appreciate me for flossing? I flossed more when I saw him. I felt like he cared more. I should do a straw poll? Nah. This is good enough. That's a lot of slots, and I don't know what I want to put in there. The dentist retire and become an artist? I don't know what he did. I just know he sold his practice, and he probably made a lot of money. Bean advice. Any tips on becoming a bean baron like yourself? Track the bean prices and buy them on sale. Buy low, sell high. It's 95%. Maybe I'll put vitality in. Doesn't he kick your ass? I think he hits really hard. What if I big testicles instead, and I just go evasion. I'm gonna do that instead. Change your guard charm for free element? Oh, for sleep? We'll put evasion 5 on. That's what we'll do. Jar of pooters? What are you talking about? Like, are you saying I've got like a fart jar? Excuse me? We'll do this. Do it this way. No. Would you buy a fart jar? 100 pounds of beans in one trip. I got them delivered. You guys overthink everything. If I film that I farted, you need like a certificate of guarantee that I actually fart into it. Do you eat black-eyed peas as well? I really like black-eyed peas. I like black beans. I like dark red kidney beans. I like lentils. I like navy beans. I really get black-eyed peas. Sometimes they like taste like bitter. I don't really know what's going on with them. It's not my favorite. How much should I tip the deliverer? The beans that I ordered were ordered bulk and just dropped off by a delivery man. They did not need to be... I did not pay some Instacart person to bring me 100 pounds of beans. I tipped the beans. Keep a couple for yourself. I guess I gotta tenderize, don't I? Nice. That was a lot of damage. I'm bouncing off your head. I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't hit anything though. They ruined him! They ruined my boy! See how they gave him a claw stagger? Literally disgusting. This is a great fight still. That attack's gonna start getting really scary really soon. surprised we have not broken the head yet. Oh. That probably would have killed me. I think that would have killed me. Have a good night, Papaya. See you on Monday. 4 a.m. You should go to sleep. I was up at 4 a.m. yesterday. It's not a good feeling. All right, chat. Do it or no balls. We'll get him next time. We'll get him next time. I don't even have Fortify. That's the worst part. Am I watching Witcher Season 2? I will. I haven't watched it yet, though. I'm going to be real with you. I'm playing Neo 2 this weekend. I might start watching stuff next weekend. But this weekend, I'm not doing it. What's supposed to happen there? I was supposed to evade through his roar. I'm going to do it again. Chaos, hello. You missed nearly the entirety of the advice stream. You're up till 4:30 a.m. playing Warframe? That sounds kind of fun. Was it? It was all right? It's the biggest vote of confidence I've ever seen for something in my life. Whoa, he's limping already. Yo, we're really kicking his ass. Oh, that's a... Oh, that attack is so scary. All right. What did I tell you? Ow. Captain Boom Boom, hello. Oh, God. He's got anti-aerials. No. We got to stick near the ledge. This is fun. This is hard. He hits so hard. I could have evaded that too. That's the worst part. I mean, I've got bombs. You got bombs. Just see what happens. My looks hit you hard? I'm getting a lot of compliments. Just put on one blazer and I get everybody all like hot and bothered. I see we both have no shame. We're all just different accounts made by my wife. Dude, I know what she watches. It's not me. Oh, I missed it. She likes to watch people... She likes to watch react videos. She more the hot tub streamer? She might watch people laughing at people doing hot tub streams. Oh no! It's close. Unfortunate. What are you gonna do? You're a reaction actor too. It's a hard life. I don't really get it. But she likes it. And you know what else? Prime Video.
I was watching Carnival Row on Prime Video, and I thought, what other fantasy stuff is there? Ooh, Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time?
This song. Streaming this.
That sounds wonderful.
Whether the journey takes me to the future, Middle Earth, or somewhere a little warmer, when all the fantasy is in one place, entertainment never ends. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
Prime Video. Watch exclusive Amazon originals and thousands of popular movies and TV shows. And more with Prime Video. Included with Prime. Now, they had a documentary on Lululemon, which is a multi-level marketing thing. And that was actually, like, kind of fun to watch. I liked watching that with Jen. It was like a 4-part series. I recommend it. Check it out, Prime Video. Included with Amazon Prime. Hey, you even get a free subscription with Amazon Prime. If you have it, why not use it? Somewhere. It could even be here. How did Advice stream go? It went okay. We're technically not done yet. Let's see if there's another good question. Where the hell did I put the... There we go. Just our dead bodies. The last question was and still is Bean Advice. All right, we'll do it. We'll do like a last call. Last call on advice here. I want to do that again. I don't know if I want to do that again. Netflix canceled the Cowboy Bebop adaptation. It's like the one time, like, they did the right thing. We'll do Kieran. Kieran's fun. Maybe a little bit more manageable, too. I mean, Netflix is canceling things all the time that like people loved. And then it's like, for that, they're like, oh, wait, everybody hates this. Nobody was upset. I mean, if they were like making like a new season or a spin-off or like anything other than like the lowest effort with worst writing ever cowboy live person adaptation, I would actually be okay with it, right? Like, what if they did like a spin-off season of like a prequel with Spike or Faye or Jet or something like that, you know? That could be interesting. That'd be great. You know, do the anime. I think a lot of people would like that, but then you would have to get like actual talented people to work on it, I guess. I guess there's no free lunch. I've seen some live action like anime or manga adaptations. Like I've seen some Death Notes ones. Not by Amazon, but like there were a couple like actual like Japanese ones. Maybe Hong Kong, but I think it was Japanese. I saw it in Hong Kong. It's actually pretty good. Think people knew that Spike was a sort of plainish Jewish guy? I didn't know he was supposed to be Jewish, but I don't know that necessarily, like whether he's like Asian or not is really that big of a deal. That is, that level of accuracy or whatever is irrelevant. Everything, there's so many other things wrong with that show that did not involve that. I mean, I'll say this. When I saw the trailer for it, it looked okay. I mean, it looked like I might spend some time watching it. But then I just saw, like, just some, like, really, like, I hate to use the word, but cringy scenes. And I'm like, I do not want to see this. I mean, Spike had a fun sense of humor in the anime from what I remember. I wonder how tenderizing changes this fight. All I know is I feel bad for that actor that they hired to play Ed. What are they going to have? Like a total of 30 seconds out of the entire show? At least they got acting credits. You know an easy way to get translation for Double Cross GU on Citra? Go to the Citra modding Discord? The Mod Center modding Discord? Probably there. What is the concise reason people don't like clutch call in this game? Tenderizing became mandatory is what I hear. It's mostly from the people that are speedrunning the game that want to be playing at maximum efficiency at all time. And because it usually adds such a great deal of damage, it feels mandatory. It's technically not. Part of the issue used to be, though, that there were definitely fights that felt designed around tenderizing, and it used to last a very short amount of time. It used to be 90 seconds. It was updated to last 3 minutes, which is plenty of time. It makes it so tenderizing doesn't feel like a chore at all, in my opinion. But it's taken, I mean, obviously, you don't need to tenderize anything to beat anything in this game. Like, you can fight without tenderizing and clutch claw, no problem. But people's brains don't like it. Claw staggers are a little annoying. They interrupt the flow of the fight. It's a reasonable reason not to like it. But sometimes they look great like that. A big issue is, like, certain skills straight up got nerfed. So weakness exploit got nerfed to accommodate the clutch claw. But the issue is like, if you don't own Iceborne, you now have a harder game as a result, technically. If it was 3 minutes and we had the clutch claw boost deco from the beginning, there would have been very few complaints. People would have just been like telling people to suck it up, you know? Dude, he looks so cool. He looks like a Roshi. OG monster purists hate fun? Excuse me. The people that I find that complain the most aren't even necessarily the purists. They're people that, for the most part, I feel like started with either Generations Ultimate or World. For some reason, like a sense of entitlement. I don't know why. I mean, the people that don't like the modern Monster Hunter games aren't playing and complaining about them. They're just not playing them, and they just don't talk about them. You know, it could have been a better system. It's an optional system that wasn't necessary. It doesn't add an incredible amount of depth to the game. It adds some moves, some of which that are cool, some of which that are lame. Hammer loves it. Gunlance hates it. But, you know, I think it comes down to a little bit of coronavirus, like, hitting, like, within the development cycle of the game. You know, they probably could have gotten around to, like, making it better sooner, but, you know, like a lot of places, like, they got called out of the office in January, February, and the game had just launched in September. And they were working as hard as they could just to get the game out and running well on PC, so. Iceborne controls are awful on mouse and keyboard. It's just like, I don't know. I never play the game with mouse and keyboard, so I just don't know what it's like. Slinger Burst into Wallbang and to Tenderize is also like, it got to feel a little samey. I always kind of felt like you're doing the same combo. So that wasn't great. The base game is the best Monster Hunter I have ever played. Like, I love Monster Hunter World. And final patch Iceborne, especially with a couple mods, is just as good as the base game. If I could change it, if I cared, and I don't care. If I cared enough, I would change Wallbang to do no damage. Just be an opening. And I would probably have them enrage after one Wallbang. You know? Just because it's like, it's such a powerful option if you decide to use it. World 4U and 3U are your personal 3 favorite Monster Hunter games? Hard to beat them. Freedom Unite is great. But, maybe not the goats. Cheap but meaningful Christmas presents. What are some cheap but meaningful Christmas gifts? I mean, it depends on who you're giving them to. I don't like gift cards. I usually like to get things for people that are going to be comfortable, and that they might wear. You know, nice slippers, a nice robe, maybe some wool socks, Stuff like that is always a good gift, and the people will use it and like it. Maybe a worn hat. Heard somebody beat a modded 1 billion HP monster in 10 minutes using wall bangs and environmentals. Well, I don't think there's enough time to do wall bangs, but maybe if you slept them enough times. I don't know. Beans is not the answer. You feel like the game got a little bit too hard with Barioth? That's probably fair. I bet a lot of people got walled on Barioth. But to be fair, in Master Rank, there needs to feel like a wall. All right. I think that's it. That's it for stream. Join Discord. Be back Monday with Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. I would like to... I have to have the spreadsheet done. All of our equipment is done. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Good stream. Thank you. I want to get it done soon so we can get Monster Hunter World done before Rise comes out. GU is just going to I'm going to throw it into the fire. Thanks for the carry, everyone. Thank you for the carry. You were tremendous. All right. I love you. Everyone have a great weekend. I will see you soon. Goodbye.